perfectly lovely to just cough is the very first thing there. Instant Twitch alerts. Nice.
Right, I've been feeling a little under the weather this past couple of days too.
Yeah, no, I've just had a cough that's not going away. Sort it out here. Just so we can get the YouTube chat popped up. I can minimize this. There it is. I was just getting ready to yell at YouTube for not working, and wouldn't you know it, it finally worked. All right.
Of course.
Yep. Isn't that always the way? You come over here too.
Say Twitch looks funny today.
YouTube's changed its format recently. Okay, so make sure the bots are refreshed. Should be good. Okay. Let's go ahead and update the character. You said 10.
Say, Sir was in the chat earlier, but I was busy doing something and never replied, so he kind of wandered off. I don't know if he's still lurking around or
Right. We'll see. So yeah, I swapped over to the Warforged. I'm just re-editing Frosty the Broman for this new character, so.
Gotcha.
Go ahead and reset my dice rolls and roll up some new skills. Okay. Oh, nice. Good first roll. Passable second roll. Kind of a bad third roll. really back to the good rolls there. Okay, a bare minimum there. All right, not bad for the stats. I got 1 9 and 1 10, but then I got two 14s, a 15, and a 16. So I am not going to complain about that. We'll slap charisma in the 16. We will set the 15 to dexterity, 14 constitution. Hey, wish. Perception and stuff like that is wisdom. We'll put that at the other 14. Intelligence will be our 10, and strength will be our dump stat at 9. Don't really think I get a ton for modifiers. Let me see. So it's handled in background now with the ability score system. All right. So we will do +1 to strength, which will bring us back up to a plus, or take us back up to a 10. And then I can choose intelligence or wisdom. We'll go with wisdom on that. Which has me at some pretty high stuff. So my lowest score is a 9, but I've got a +1 into that. So that brings it up to a 10. So I've got no negative modifiers. And the rest of the scores are actually really pretty good. We've got a 14 constitution, 15 dexterity, 14 wisdom, because of my class has a +1 and a +2. The +2 is in wisdom. And then 16 charisma. I wish I could have gotten that charisma up, but that's not an option for me with the modifiers. As a Warforged, I have to choose my modifiers between strength, intelligence, and wisdom. So, or not as a Warforged, but with that uh, guard background, which does seem like kind of the best one. All right, now we've got that set. I have to choose a couple of spells still. Yeah, I gotta grab 3 more spells. Okay. How are you doing today, Wish?
What's up, Pants?
Hey, Pants. This might be interesting to take given what we decided to kind of go for with the thing. Uh, I might just grab this. There's a spell called Buried Alive.
Okay.
Uh, One action within 60 feet. You send your enemies to their graves even if they aren't dead yet. A creature that you can see within range that is standing on the ground must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, the ground opens and swallows the target, burying it up to 10 feet deep. While buried, the target has total cover, has the restrained and blinding conditions, and can't breathe. On a successful save, the target has the prone condition, and its speed is 0 until the end of its next turn. A buried creature can dig out of the grave by using its action to make a DC 15 strength athletics check. On a success, it digs 5 feet closer to the surface. If it succeeds by 5 or more, it reaches the surface. When the creature reaches the surface, it exits the ground with the prone condition. The target automatically succeeds on the saving throw if it's standing on any thickness of stone or metal, or at least 2 inches of wood. So it buries them and starts to suffocate them, and they have to dig out. That's a little interesting of a spell, to say the least. I don't actually know that one, Pants. Since we're specifically playing a monster hunt, I'm not going to worry about counter spell. Since I have other concentration stuff, I think I'm going to get rid of Witch Bolt. Grab my favorite crowd control and Instead of counter spell, we'll take dispel magic in case we find anything. Ryan Reynolds buried alive inside a coffin. A lot of the movie inside the coffin. Interesting. I do like Ryan Reynolds. I do. Uh, no, I'm not going to take Dispel Magic. Again, I don't think we're going to run into that much. I will take Dimension Door. And yeah, we'll take Dispel Magic. I got an extra spot. I will get rid of. Don't really need that one. If I've got Dimension Door and Misty Step, then I don't need Thunder Step. Or I could keep Thunder Step and get rid of Misty Step. Um, Thunder Step is 90 foot. Misty Step is 30 feet. Yeah, we'll get rid of Misty Step and keep Thunder Step. You can take someone with you with Thunder Step too. So Spell Magic and Thunder Step. Finally done with work today. 19 more days. That's and still jealous, Wish. Still jealous. I can't not be jealous at that. That is. Which one is it? Painting. That actually might be pretty useful. We'll go with that. And then I think ability score improvement. Can't do ability score improvement on this one though. Yeah, it's not an option there. So, all right. I think I've got my character done. I will just need to roll the HP on it. Okay, so let's do. We need 6d8 and 2d10 for a total of 35 plus 18. There are not some great rolls in there. 35 plus 18 is only 53. That's way gonna lower my HP. I got some massively low rolls on that, 2s and 4s rolling my HP, so that's not good.
I suppose one of us should have to make out well with it. I almost got a Ryan level array.
I didn't get quite Ryan level, but I got a good array.
Not, I mean, I didn't get an 18 or anything, but
Right. No, I got a 9, 10, 14, 14, 15, 16. So, And then I got a +1 and a +2 for my background. So I doesn't Constitution affect your hit points too?
But yeah, I think so.
So it should be more than 53. 53 was just the dice roll. Um, HP modifier. Okay, hit point bonus is +20 from Constitution, which will have me at, okay, yeah, that'll have me at 73 then. There we go. That's better. Rolled a 53 that gave us a 73 because I got the, it's adding the bonus now. I just did the override, which, got rid of the bonus, so I had to, I was set to the wrong HP type. Um, what's a good, what's a good robot name?
Huh.
That's going to be the question right now. Ah, shit. Um, hey, Star. Timmy had to cancel today. He had stuff going on uh, in his life that has him busy at the moment. So me and Moose are doing a quick one shot here. I'm getting the stuff for the character finalized here. I'm giving him some equipment right now. Right. I wonder if I can use, just out of curiosity, I wonder if I could like do homebrew stuff from my homebrew, even though it's not my campaign. I don't know if that's possible.
If you have your homebrew up on in Beyond's
Oh yeah, I can just add it.
homebrew collection, if you just
Yeah.
if you have it up, I can just find it and add it, and then because it's my campaign.
Oh no, I just typed it in the item search and it popped up, so I could. It's just I'm not using anything out of my homebrew right now. It's just like something I just thought of while I was doing that. Yeah, there is no actual item, the Ring of Spell Shaping. Apparently, that's a homebrew thing.
Uh,
So I'm just calling that my character has that, basically. Since we talked about it, and that's like half the point of it. All right. Inventory. Not using Dawnbringer. So even though I am a warlock and I'm going to be using warlocky things, I do also. I hate that I only have 2 spell slots. Um, I do have guidance and cure wounds, which isn't going to do much with 2 spell slots for cure wounds, but I do have guidance. Um, so yeah, even though, like I said, even though I do have uh, the Eldritch Blast, I do have a hand crossbow and a whip for whatever little bit that's worth. I don't have any attunement required items. I do have a magic shield though, but the magic is advantage on perception and initiative checks.
Mm.
Okay.
I said, with those shelves on, I think it's gonna be such a crick in the back.
All right. And let's go ahead and I'm just going to name my character Clank with a 4 instead of an A because that's original. I'll give him a better name later. let's get our game up and going. You got your characters set, or are you still working on them?
Just ironing out a couple of final details.
All right.
How about gear? Did we do equipment? Are we even worried about equipment right now?
Um, I mean, your basic armor and weapons and stuff, yeah. If there's anything,
Okay.
like I said, my character is going to be utilizing the Eldritch Blast, like we talked about. Um, but because I'm using that spell shaping to create it as a melee attack as well, I gave him. I definitely wanted him to have a shield, so he sword and shield with that. Uh, and then, being that he's a warforged, I figured it would just make sense for him to have an integrated weapon system, which is why he has the hand crossbow and the whip. For flavors, those are things like literally built into him. So, um,
Gotcha.
just because those things I was thinking of as flavor for him. So, we're going based on what we talked about earlier today. Um, I would like to play a game of.
Would you like to play a game?
Uh, or well, let's no, let's. Would you create and DM a D&D 5e based game for me and my friend? We have characters ready created, and we give you their information. Selves, and then the uh, the world as a DM would like a story. We would like a game on the lines of Monster Hunter, where we are a part of a civilization that survived from a shipwreck on a fairly uninhabited uh, area of the world. Um, the shipwreck was a few hundred years ago, and we have managed to use the skipped or the unrefined resources of the wild around us to thrive in aesthetic, which I knew I was going to spell wrong.
It's a hard word.
It is. I always forget that extra E in aesthetic. More in aesthetic than mechanics. Hunters slash vendors uh, or,
Of
uh,
A.
player characters are level 10 and have the role of hunters and vendors. The first character is Clank, a Warforged Warlock Fighter. Uh, been around since the shipwreck. The assigned to cargo transportation ship uh, So simple, easy background for my character. Uh, Clank, a warforged warlock fighter. Uh, uh, who has been around. My character's been around since the shipwreck, being assigned to cargo transportation and heavy, dangerous workloads such as working the rigging when the ship first took sail. So, my character is basically a robot left over from the original wreck.
Okay.
And what is your character?
All right. So this is admittedly a bit thrown together.
That is absolutely fine. We can refine things later if we want to keep going, or we can just, like I said, one off like we did last time.
Well, with a goblin whose name is it's Norris, but it's spelled without an I. It's spelled with a U instead of an I.
Norris. Okay. Norus.
Yeah. Two R's.
Two R's. Okay.
So you may want to roll that R a little bit. Norus.
Norus. A goblin. What is your class?
Uh, Artificer Gunslinger.
Artificer Gunslinger.
Didn't quite get it together the way I wanted it to, but
Hey, no rush. You can keep working on it while we're playing if you want to. What are you? I put in my levels for the thing, so no, I was working with Warlock 7, Fighter 3. What is your
So right
breakdown?
now I've gone with 5 and 5.
5 and 5? Okay.
Since I'm not really quite sure how well they're going to interact, I did minimal research.
Um, fair. Fair. Uh, I'll make a note. Those levels. Uh, the put a note that the for this specific character that his multi-class levels might adjust later for balance. Do you have any specific background, or are you just a part of the civilization over time? We really kind of
So
made
I'm
it
going to
generic.
say he's probably the last of a long line of folks who were trained to handle the gunnery portion of the ship.
Gotcha.
Not from the original crash, of course.
Right.
Far too young for that. But one of the people who is essentially just like in training to be the next in line to
Right.
essentially be the next expert. So essentially, he's the currently, I'd say, probably a journeyman level uh, of that particular profession.
Got it.
Primarily goes out, likes to scavenge things, is very into picking up ancient bits of technology and attempting to get them to work. Usually in an effort to get them to explode in some creative way, as a goblin would.
Got it. Um, uh, Since it is a shipwreck, I am adding a little bit of flavor on the gunnery station thing. Next in line to
Okay.
take over the ship's gunnery, or next in line and being trained. And being trained to take over the ship's gunnery stations. I'm going to put salvaged and used as a watchtower. So it makes sense as to why they're still around. You'd be trained in that.
Right. I imagine there would be people who would attempt to maintain that old level of technology for as long as they could get it to still work.
Right,
So
right, absolutely. Um, yeah, Star. No, Warforged is the kind of the only one that ever really came out non-organic character. Um,
I mean, there's auto gnomes from the
yeah, as I say,
Spelljammer
auto
campaign.
gnomes are also a thing, but it's pretty much the same thing, just smaller. Were there any other like constructs or non-organic things? I don't think. I mean, there have been
I
a lot
mean,
of homebrewed things for sure.
yeah, I think some settings are had like a couple of instances of stuff that's like there's one that's a sentient ooze, I think, and
Yeah, but that I would consider that organic.
I can't remember if there's anything else that's like a golem or anything like that.
Nothing I can think of. I mean, well, let's say Shatter Kai isn't half their brain a prism somewhere else.
Maybe?
There's something weird like that. I don't know. Um, yeah, no, there's only like one or two actual D&D class. There's a lot of old D&D classes that aren't like considered still active. Warforged is one of them.
Yeah, they haven't made an updated thing for the 2014 rules for Warforged, I don't think.
No, let alone the 2024. It's considered legacy content for sure, as well
Well, I mean,
as
they did
the.
for the I'm sorry, they did for the 2014. They just haven't for the 2024 yet.
Well, even in 2014, when they reintroduced like with the Mordenkainen stuff, like the monsters of the
Yeah,
multiverse or
they didn't
whatever.
update them for that. They just
Right.
reintroduced them in the Eberron book and didn't do anything
Yeah.
else with them.
Yeah, and so when they came out with that Mordenkainen stuff, and even a little before then, they were marked and considered as legacy from then on. Um, uh, so you were saying you have you and your character enjoys scavenging for old tech, and uh, he enjoys and has a, would you just call it a hobby or like a compulsion to like scavenge?
Column A, column B,
You
the same team.
we'll call it a hobby for this. Let you role play that how you see fit. He enjoys and has a hobby of scavenging tech.
I mean, if you're implying that there's a connection to Monster Hunter here, or a Monster Hunter like world, isn't Monster Hunter built in isn't it post-apocalyptic
Um,
technically? Isn't there like the bones of a very old civilization?
in some places, yes, yes. Like in the new one, especially, like that's a core point of the new story from the newest game, actually. Um, Previous ones, they don't really talk about that. Like, there's no, as far as I'm aware of, I don't know about like the older games, but what I've played of or seen played of Rise, what I played of Monster Hunter Worlds, and what I've messed with the Monster Hunter Stories games, they don't touch on anything about that at all. There are like no ancient ruins of old civilization that you run across. They don't talk about the old world. They don't really deal with any of that. They just
Gotcha.
have this world that they're in, boats and but it's so inhabited by kaijus and giant monsters that there is no like city civilization as we know it. Um,
Right.
Something would come through and Godzilla up every town if that happened. Um, but yeah, like you in Monster Hunter Worlds, they take the ship they sailed in on, tore it apart, and use that to make their base and housing, which is kind of what I was
Going with, okay.
thinking about. Yeah, like that idea here, as far as like they were shipwrecked, so they used the ship to build this civilization, and it's grown since then. Um,
Gotcha. It's been an age and a day since I've actually played a Monster Hunter title, so
right, right,
I've just been seeing a lot of it.
yeah. Um, I need to get back to at some point in time get back to Wilds, but Wilds just um, I lost the Game Pass subscription, so I can't do multiplayer now, which was half the reason I got it was
Right.
to play with my brother and someone else. So far, I've played once with my brother. That's been it. Um, Scavenging old tech and uh, uh, of scavenging. Well, he enjoys and has a hobby of scavenging, particularly old tech. So it leaves you open to scavenging whatever. All right. So here's what I have. Here's what I'd like you to create a game, create and DM a D&D 5e based game for me and my friend. We have characters already created, and we'll give you their information. And we will make the rules for them ourselves, and then you can handle the world as a DM would. We would like a game along the lines of Monster Hunter, where we're part of a civilization that survived a shipwreck on a fairly uninhabited area of the world. Shipwreck was a few hundred years ago, and we have managed to use the unrefined resources of the wild around us to thrive, more in aesthetic than mechanics. Uh, uh, our player characters are level 10, and we have the role of hunters, defenders of the civilization. Uh, the first character is Clank, a Warforged Warlock 7 Fighter 3 who's been around since the shipwreck, being assigned to cargo transportation and heavy, dangerous workloads such as working with the rigging when the ship first took sail. The second character is Norus, a Goblin Artificer 5, Gunslinger 5. His multi-class levels might adjust later for balance. The next in line and being trained to take over the ship's gunnery stations, salvaged and used as a watchtower. He enjoys and has a hobby of scavenging, particularly old tech. Um, is there anything you think we need to add or refine, particularly like with the story setting, the scene?
Nope, I don't have anything else.
All right. Chat, anything you want us to throw in or add? I have lunch right here. I've been fucking with this the whole time. I haven't even eaten yet.
Just gonna say I'm almost due to heat up some pizza.
That's
It's weird.
what I did since I had to go into work before I came here. I grabbed. They sell small pizzas there for a couple bucks, so I grabbed one of those and I'm sugar-free monster, because
Since we started so much later than we had originally expected
Mm-hmm.
to. I ate a little something when I got home and melts.
uh, I will say, I will add, we chose um, this setting scenario to hopefully see more unique slash around to see lesser used creatures from the D&D world. To encourage it to use some more unique stuff. So once you use more unique creatures from the D&D world. Added that as a caveat at the end, so hopefully it gives us some more interesting things. That sounds amazing. I'd love to DM that for you too. The Monster Hunter style premise with a centuries old survivor settlement is perfect for weaving a unique D&D weaving in unique D&D monsters in a mix of primal survival and ancient tech mystery. Here's how we set up the campaign. The Isle of Carthun. That's where we are. Centuries ago, your ship, the Aurum Star, was caught in a storm that tore through planar seams. Oh.
Oh. Okay.
So
we're already getting into cross-dimensional shenanigans.
Yeah,
here.
the inner planes of storm tore through and crashed our ship, wrecking it upon the shores of Carthun, an uncharted island far from any known trade routes. The survivors founded New Aurum, a coastal settlement built from salvaged hull plating, jungle timber, and a deep, uneasy cooperation with the strange fauna that roamed the land. Over generations, your people have learned to survive by hunting, harvesting, and defending against the colossal beasts that dominate the island's ecosystem. To this day, a massive coral encrusted ship's prow juts from the bay, a monument and watchtower known as the Bastion. Factions of New Aurum, the Wardens, the Monster Hunters and Defenders, that's your organization. The Forgehold, artificers and tinkerers who maintain scavenged relics and create weapons from monster parts. The Chorus of Tides, a spiritual sect that believes the island itself is a sleeping god. That's fantastic.
Very well might be.
The Council of Cogs, led by the eldest Warforged, who remembers fragments of the ship's pre-wreck systems. Huh. So apparently there's multiple Warforged in this. Campaign premise. Recent months have seen tremors shaking the island, and hunters report the sudden migration of major apex predators inland. The last scouting party sent to the Cradle Basin, a region of mist-choked ruins, never returned. The wardens have tasked Clank and Norris with investigating. Each mission or arc plays like a Monster Hunter expedition. Prep phase, gathering intel, crafting specialized gear, negotiating with townsfolk. Expedition phase, trekking, investigating, and confronting unique monsters, often with environmental twists. Resolution, returning trophies, gaining renown, unlocking tech or lore that hints at the island's secrets. Tone and themes. Survival, tech meets mythic wilderness, echoes of lost civilization. Beasts as forces of nature and gods. Starting adventure. Echoes beneath the canopy. Rumors spread of the hollow roar. A deep resonant sound shaking the northern jungles. Trees have fallen in wide circles, and even lesser predators flee the area. The Warden's Council believes a massive burrowing predator, something ancient, has awakened. You'll be dispatched to scout the Cinder Root Expanse, a region known for its volcanic soil and fire adapted wildlife. Recover the remains of the missing scouts. Identify and, if possible, neutralize the creature responsible. If you're ready,
Fight the goddamn anger, sir.
yeah. If you're ready, here's what we need to get started. Each character's full stat block or summary. Race, class level, AC, HP, key abilities, items, and spells. We won't need all that. Whether you want a theater of the mind style narration or a tactical map based. Your tone preference, cinematic or story driven, cinematic and story driven, gritty and survival, realistic, or somewhere in between. Finally, how often you like me to pause for player input versus keep narration flowing. We'll jump in after every big scene versus you narrate continuously and we interrupt to act. Once you give me that, I'll open the mission briefing scene in New Aurum and we'll start the first. All right, so Clank is a Warforged Warlock is a level 10 Warforged with 7 levels of Warlock and 3 levels of Fighter. My AC is 19, I believe. Double check here. Yes. Okay. Oops, did not mean to push that button. Yeah, so I have 19 AC, 73 HP. P73. His key trait is having a brain of spell shaping, so he can cast Eldritch Blast as not just a ranged attack, but find the energy to a blade point and use it as a melee attack and bleed if you did attack. I.e. Eldritch Blast cantrip at level 10. Only has 2 casts at level 10. Has 2 casts, so they must both be blast or both be blade. It can't just to kind of give that ground rule so I'm not cheating too hard. Norris is a level 10 goblin with 5 levels of artificer, 5 levels of gunslinger. What is your AC?
17.
17. And your HP?
68.
68. All right. Do you have any, like, out of the ordinary shit like I do with this ring?
I mean, not really. I had an idea, but we're not, I mean, what's the rarity on that ring?
It's homebrew. It's just something that the and because it is a homebrew thing, that's kind of why I've included it in that description, so that it knows what I'm doing.
Right.
We really don't need to post all that stuff.
It'll forget in probably about 4 or 5 posts anyway.
I hope not. It's done a good job remembering things for us in the past, at least when it comes to like running our games one at a time. All right, since we will be controlling, or I'm gonna say, we will be controlling the player characters ourselves and rolling our own dice, so you do not need abilities, items, spells, and such. We will let you know our actions and handle those ourselves. Um, two, a mix of both. Describe the scenes for roleplay and the settings for combat. But provide tactical information for combat a bit precisely. Um, what is our tone preference? Cinematics do what?
Monster Hunter, it's high adventure, right?
Yeah, no, I was saying, like, do we want more cinematic and story driven or more gritty and survival realistic or somewhere in between? Um, I would say somewhere in between, a touch of survival, but not like too hardcore, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, it's probably not tracking, stuff like food or anything like that, but
Right. Yeah, so like not tracking food stores, but still needing to camp and eat. Well, not me as a warforged, but
what was the point of that? Yeah, registration marks there, but
so somewhere in between, a touch of survival, but not too hardcore, i.e., not tracking food stores, but still needing to camp to rest and eat. then number 4. Um, we would like moments of narration uh, when initially describing a scene or item uh, or situation, but we would like uh, regular player input. Perfect. That gives me everything I need to run a smooth, immersive, and balanced experience. We'll try things cinematic in flavor, but with tactical clarity in combat, so you can make meaningful calls as hunters and tacticians. Here's how the structure will flow. I'll narrate the setup and sensory details of each scene. You'll describe what your characters do, roll for actions, and describe your approach. I'll respond dynamically with the world's reactions, skill challenges, and monster behavior. We'll start with your mission briefing and journey setup for the first expedition. Prologue, the Hollow Roar. Location, the Bastion, New Aura's towering lookout, a hybrid of shipwreck, hull, coral growth, and iron plating. Night falls in streaks of blue flame across the horizon as molten fireflies drift above the shallows. The bastion's beacon flares to life, painting the metal bones of the structure in orange light. Inside the warden's hall, a circular chamber of carved driftwood and monster chitin. The senior hunter, Captain Vessa Calder, leans over a rough map of the island. She's a half elf with burn scars and mechanical augmentations, half artificer, half warrior. Her voice carries over the clanging of nearby forges. Another patrol lost in the northern jungles. No signals, no remains. The locals in the Cinder Root villages say the earth's been moving. Something large, something old. You two are the only ones I trust to scout it before it gets any closer to the settlement. She slides the parchment toward you both. It's smeared with soot and marked by a simple charcoal sketch. Uh, Concentric rings of fallen trees and a massive borehole leading into darkness. The wardens call it the Hollow Roar. Your mission, find the source. Recover what you can of the scouts. If you kill it, do so. Oh, if you can kill it, do so. But don't be heroes if it's beyond your strength. She pauses, eyes shifting to Clank. You've been on this island longer than most of us have been alive. Ever seen anything like this? Clank and Norris stand in the glow of the molten lanterns and sounds of waves and distant howling beasts echoing through the hall. Vessa waits for your response before handing over the expedition kit and sealing your orders. Would you like to question Vessa further, examine the map, or prepare and depart? Your call. So what would we like to do? Clank is going to reply. Clank replies to Vessa's question. No. We have seen. I have seen migrations change patterns at times, but never anything on this scale or that could cause earthquakes. Um, you got a little broken up there. What was that? Moose? Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Moose? Chat, can you hear me? I'm not sure what's happening. I still see the stream. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We just started in the story. It took a while. Okay. Moose just dropped. No, I just said Moose kind of broke up. We just started, like, it took us a while to do the input for the game, finish off our characters, and then do the input. Um, so literally, we just started. I don't know how much of it you heard, but it gave us the setting here, which was pretty cool. And then it asked us how we wanted to proceed. None. Okay, well then I will go ahead and repeat this for you. So what we asked it to create and DM the D&D 5e based game for me and my friend. So it knew there were two players. We have characters already created, and we'll give you their information. We will make the rolls for them ourselves, and then you can handle the world as a DM would. We would like a game along the lines of Monster Hunter, where we are part of a civilization that survived from a shipwreck on a fairly uninhabited area of the world. The shipwreck was a few hundred years ago, and we've managed to use the unrefined resources of the wild around us to thrive, more in aesthetics than mechanics. Our player characters are level 10 and have the role of hunters, defenders of the civilization. The first character, which is mine, is Clank, a Warforged Warlock level 7, Fighter level 3, who's been around since the shipwreck happened, being assigned to cargo transportation and heavy, dangerous workloads, such as working with the rigging when the ship first took sail. The second character, Norris, is a goblin, artificer level 5, gunslinger level 5. The multi-class levels might adjust later for balance. He is next in line and being trained to take over the ship's gunnery stations, which were salvaged and used as a watchtower. He enjoys and has a hobby of scavenging, particularly old tech. We chose this setting scenario to hopefully see lesser used, more unique creatures from the D&D world. That was the opening to that. ChatGPT loved the idea. Uh, the Monster Hunter style premise with a centuries old survivor settlement is perfect for weaving in unique D&D monsters and a mix of primal survival and ancient tech mystery. Here's how we can set up your campaign. Hey,
All right. My connection took a nosedive. I had to reset the router. Um, yeah, I think I just fully lost the internet connection there for a second.
yeah, no, you said something, your voice went tinny and broke up, and then you were just gone. That's fair, Wish.
Yeah,
What? Yeah. Um,
all of what you said there in reply to her question, I completely missed.
that's all
I
right.
just
Uh, I'm reiterating what the background did since all of it's set up. Um, so yeah, the setting is the Isle of Carthun. Um, Centuries ago, your ship, the Aurum Star, was caught in a storm that tore through planar seams, wrecking it upon the shores of Carthun, an uncharted island far from known trade routes. Survivors founded New Aurum, a colossal settlement built from the salvaged hull, plating, jungle timbers, and deep, uneasy cooperation with the strange fauna that roamed the land. Hey, oh, you got to go and oh, fine, Wish, fine. Um, so that's the basic. That's the backdrop. There were factions: the Wardens, us, which are the hunters and defenders. The Forgehold, artificers and tinkerers, making things for us. Um, there's a spiritual sect that thinks the island is a sleeping god, and then there's a council of Warforged, apparently. Um, the campaign premise: in recent months, there have been tremors shaking the island, and hunters are reporting a sudden migration of major apex predators. A scouting party was sent out that never returned. And then it actually asked us here to refine um, how we wanted to play. Rumors spread of the hollow roar, a deep resonant sound shaking the northern jungles. Trees have fallen in wide circles, and even lesser predators flee the area. It asked us for more information on our characters, whether we wanted more narration, tactical info, what sort of tone we wanted, etc. Yeah, so the prologue they came back with. Did you hear the entire speech she gave, Moose, or no?
I heard most of the speech. I just didn't hear your reply.
Okay.
So
Um, yeah, so she gave us the map. Uh, and uh, she asked me. She said, "Have you been on? You've been on the island longer than most of us have been alive. Ever seen anything like this?" Uh,
I
my
remember that.
response is no. I've seen migrations change patterns at times, but never anything on this scale or that could cause earthquakes. Uh, and it's prompting us: would we like to ask further questions of Vesa? Examine the map, or prepare to depart right now. All right, we'll see you soon.
Well, my vote is You always check the map.
Yeah,
You always check the map.
we definitely check the map. I mean, they've only told us so much. I can't think of a question to ask her at the moment. Um, there's a big hole in the center of all this. Uh,
Do we have any idea exactly how long this has been going on?
that's actually what I was going to say here. It says, yeah, actually, we do. They did tell us that.
Okay.
It was up here in the earlier part. It said uh, recent months have seen tremors. So recent months have seen tremors. Clank and Norris look at the map. Norris asks how long this has been happening, and Clank, I'm just going to Control C, Control V my name throughout this. I stupidly gave it a all caps spelling with a random number in the middle of it.
You and that goddamn script kitty shit.
Yeah. And Clank asks if there was if there is a hole. Did did anyone see it breach or get eyes on, or otherwise get eyes on the creature? All right, so I give my reply about no, I haven't seen that. We both look at the map. You ask how long it's been happening. I ask if there's a hole. Did anyone see it breach or otherwise get eyes on the creature? So Vessa straightens, her hand resting on the map as the Bastion's lantern light flickers across her scarred face. 3 weeks, she answers Norris first. The tremors started near the Cinder Root Expanse. Small at first, like thunder beneath the soil, but the last few nights we've had quakes strong enough to crack the watchtower's coral supports. The jungle's gone silent there. Even the drakes are migrating south. She slides a second parchment onto the table. This one's a field report, ink smeared by damp fingers. The scouts marked a crater near the old basalt ridges, trees flattened in rings, and a borehole about 20 feet wide. They said it went down further than their torches could see. The last report ended mid sentence. Her voice lowers. They didn't see it breach, but two of them swore the ground moved like a living thing before the signal crystals failed. Signal crystals, there we go.
Okay.
Vessa,
Magitech. Got it.
yeah. Vessa points to the map again, tracing a rough path with a gloved finger. The Bastion, Ember Trail, Cinder Root Expanse, Borehole Site. It's a 2-day trek if you move light. You'll pass through emberweed fields, stay upwind, they're flammable. You can make camp at the old basalt watchtower halfway. I can authorize one supply crate from the forge hold if you want up to want to load up before you go. Otherwise, I'd leave before dawn, before the fog thickens. She steps back, giving you both space to decide. What do you need from us before you head out? And that was her asking that, not ChatGPT. I mean, technically both, but so we can ask for specific supplies, trap kits, monster bait, ammunition, alchemical charges, etc. Gather information, lore about the area, recent beast sightings, or old ship logs. I don't think old ship logs are going to help. Or we can just head out immediately to gain an early start. What should we push for? Um, I definitely say we ask for recent beast sightings. That's a good
Yeah,
thing.
that's smart.
We ask about the recent beast sightings in those areas. Is there any specific supplies you need? Like, it specifically mentions trap kits and monster bait, which are, from Monster Hunter. But then it also mentions like ammunition or alchemical charges.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean,
Right,
gunslinger and all, ammo.
right.
Always need ammo.
Well, I'm assuming you have basic ammo. Let's see what recent bee sightings are in those areas, and then we can decide on items. Like maybe there's a special ammunition type or something we'll want, like
Yeah.
armor piercing or something like that. I don't know. So we ask about the recent bee sightings in those areas. She exhales slowly, tapping a brass stylus against the edge of the map. The rhythmic metallic clinks echo faintly in the timbered hall as she recalls the reports. The last month's logs from the expanses are troubling. She gestures to the northern quadrant of the map where dark charcoal smudges mark the jungle canopy. The usual predators, ash drakes, cinder cats, magma beetles, all pulling back. The ember trail's gone quiet except for carrion birds. But there have been new tracks showing up in their place. She flips over a slate panel on the table, revealing a crude impression made from plaster. Deep circular gouges with concentric ridges spiral around each other like teeth, but not from any maw you'd recognize. Something large, burrowing maybe. The scouts describe glass shards along the impact sites. Not crystal, but fused sand, as if the earth itself had melted. One scout claimed to have heard a chittering underfoot before the tremors began. Her gaze drifts to Clank, the old Warforged's metal surface reflecting the map's glimmer. There's also word from the Forge Hold they picked up resonance in their tuning crystals, subsonic vibrations. Whatever it is, it's producing sound deep enough to shake structures, but not enough to hear directly. If it's hunting by vibration, it'll feel you coming before it sees you. She leans back, arms crossed. I don't like it. Too many signs point to something adapted to the underground heat. Then to Norris with a faint grin. If you're planning to bring your toys, you might want to pack heat resistant powder. The last team's ammo cooked off in the open sun.
Yes.
So,
Probably a good idea.
yeah. Um,
Gonna say that's probably a good idea.
yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
just
So local wildlife has vacated the area, suggesting a major apex predator. Evidence of subterranean heat generating movement. Fused sand and low frequency vibrations hint at a creature with immense power or an elemental nature. Yeah, I kind of got that. My first thought was either heat to fuse the sand into glass or lightning fulgurite situations.
Right.
We can ask about the supply crate and request items. Consult a specialist. Well, since nobody knows what the hell this is, I don't think there's a specialist that can help us. Well, no, that's not true. There is one that we can actually, since apparently they've seen the glass, we can actually specify: is this glass that looks like it was heated up by fire, or is this like glass like fulgurite where an electrical current has been through it? Haha, that's a good question.
Possibly even obsidian.
Possibly. Uh, but that again would be like heat tempered glass. So, uh, and she mentions the ground turned to glass, Clank asks if it was uh, glass formed from heat, such as fire, or heat, glass formed from heat, such as obsidian or beach glass, or if it is glass formed from lightning electrical sources, like, and fulgurite is spelled weird too, so um, never mind, I just nailed it in one. That's not one I expected to get right. Okay, fuck me.
Bravo.
I get random words right and then fuck up other ones that I should know. So yeah. Vesa pauses, visibly surprised by the precision of Clank's question. She reaches for one of the samples from the report crate, a fist-sized chunk of pale, translucent material, and sets it down on the table between you. It rings faintly when it touches the wood. That's the strange part, she says, leaning closer. The outer layer is smooth, almost like beach glass, but the core's riddled with branching channels, the kind you see in fulgurite. The forge hold ran a test. No consistent melt temperature. It's not natural heat or pressure doing this. She taps the chunk with the stylus. A faint static crackle jumps between it and the metal tip. They think it's plasmic discharge, something generating enough internal energy to vitrify the ground on contact. The reading suggested alternating current, surging and fading, like breathing. The locals have taken to calling it the thunder below. She looks up, eyes narrowing. Whatever this thing is, it's not just burrowing, it's burning the tunnels as it goes. And if it's creating fulgurite veins underground, it could be sitting on a massive conductive network beneath the settlement. Her tone turns grim. If it ever surfaces near the bastion, the whole bay could light up like a storm front. She folds her arms. So if you're heading out there, I'd suggest grounding your gear and watching for static buildup. Forge hold can issue you a grounding spike. Plant it if things get bad. It might draw off a charge. Okay. Well, now we know specific things to ask for.
Heat resistant ammo.
Yeah, heat resistant ammo, grounding spike. If this thing's as big as they say it is, maybe like some armor piercing or extra impact ammo.
Yeah.
See if they can provide something like that.
Something that's going to make something big think twice.
Yeah, right. We ask about the supply crate and with the basic supplies, we take Vesa up on her suggestions of heat resistant powder for ammunition and grounding spikes to prevent electrical charges. Considering the size and scope, we also inquire about ammo that is armor piercing or might offer an extra impact. Anything else you can think of as far as extra items?
Hmm.
I mean, we're kind of hinting at a basic supply cache, so I'm guessing in order to include things like food and healing potions or whatever else. But
Right.
so far, they've recommended the heat resistant powder for your ammunition and grounding spikes. We've accepted those. And then, uh, yeah, the extra impact ammo. Trying to think if there's anything else we can, out of the information it's given us.
And I'm definitely going to want to take something to. Nope, I had something and I lost it. I had something and I lost it. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. So intense heat. We're going to be in like a volcanic area. Um, but amongst that intense heat is electrical. There are carrion birds in the area, but most other things have disappeared. Yeah, I think not really thinking of anything else.
No, nothing else is jumping out
Yeah.
to my mind. I like I said, I had something there for a moment, and it seems like it's something that should be important, but I've lost it.
Rubber pants in case you get hit by lightning.
You laugh.
I do. I do laugh. Yes. No, we got the grounding, or we're asking for the grounding spikes. I don't think there's anything else.
I'm gonna say you laugh at that, but
Right. Yeah.
and then there's a moment where you need it and don't have it, and you're like, ah, shit.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. No. Um, Clank and Norris ask if there is anything else Vesa would recommend that we take with us based on the reports she has. And that might cover our ass a little bit.
Hey man,
So we ask about the supply crate, and along with the basic supplies, we take Vesa up on her suggestions of heat resistant powder for the ammunition and grounding spikes to prevent electrical charges. Considering the size and scope, we also inquire about ammo that is armor piercing or might offer an extra impact. Clank and Norris also ask if there is anything else Vesa would recommend that we take with us based on the reports she has. Vesa nods once, brisk and approving. The look of a commander relieved to be dealing with professionals. That's right.
we're professionals, damn it.
She mentions to one of the nearby wardens, a young dwarf runner who snaps to attention, and sends him off toward the forge hold with a quick, coded gesture. You're good. Oh, no, good. You're thinking ahead. You'll have a crate ready before dawn. She begins ticking off items on her slate as she talks, her tone shifting with from grim to methodical. You'll get the standard field crate, rations, med kits, binding cord, climbing spikes, and one spare signal flare. I'll have them swap in the heat resistant powder for your rounds and 2 grounding spikes. You want to drive them deep into the soil when you camp or fight. 1 per 10 paces apart if possible. They'll shunt most low frequency charge into the ground. She flips to another page, thinking aloud. Armor piercing ammo. Aye, the forge hold's got a batch of titanite tipped cartridges. They're not cheap, but they'll punch through carapace or stone hide if you get a clean hit. I'll request you a half box, and she hesitates as if deciding whether to share the next part, then continues. There's one more thing. The scouts who went missing carried a resonance beacon, experimental tech from the Forge Hold. It uses crystal tuning forks to map subterranean vibrations. If you find it, bring it back. But if it's still active, it might also help you triangulate the creature's movement before it breaches. I'll have a replacement beacon issued to you. Limited range, but it might save your lives. She straightens, giving Clank a long look, an echo of respect or something for something older and sturdier than flesh. You've both got a reputation for making it back when others don't. Out there, trust your instincts. If the ground starts to hum, don't wait to see what's causing it. Move fast and low. Then softer almost to herself. And if you see blue light under the soil, run. The runner
What's your run?
returns holding a small metal manifest slip, a metal manifest slip stamped with the Forge Hold insignia. Your supply crate will contain 2 grounding spikes, 10-foot radius charge dispersal driven into soil or stone, 1 heat resistant powder satchel enough to prep 50 bullets or similar, 10 titanite tipped rounds, armor piercing, and 1 resonance beacon, short range seismic detector. And then the standard Warden field gear. Vesa dismisses you with a final nod. Forgehold will have it packed and ready before first light. Travel fast and stay alert. The night air outside the bastion is heavy with salt and ash as you step out onto the deck overlooking New Orem. The glow of the forges flickering against the sea mist, the silhouettes of hunters and artificers moving like clockwork under the dim blue lanterns. The expedition is ready to begin. Would you like to visit the forge hold to inspect your gear and talk with the artificers before dawn? Check in the docks or watchtower to see if anyone else has intel on the northern route, or set out immediately at first light towards the Ember Trail. I don't think anybody would have any more information than Vesa, our head person in charge, who has all the reports. So I don't think,
Unlikely.
I don't think going around the docks asking people is going to be anything. The if you want to visit the forge hold and inspect anything, you can. I don't think Clank is worried about that. Maybe inspect the titanite tipped rounds to figure out what exactly they are. It just says they're armor piercing rounds. I don't know what would.
Yeah, take a closer look at
Yeah.
them. See if you can get the thing to draw you up like some
Like specs, like
sort
what?
of actual details as to what they are, so that I can actually start trying to integrate that into my roles.
Right. Norris checks on the titanite tipped rounds. To in order to integrate them into his kit. And in parentheses, what are
Stats.
the mechanical effects of the titanite tipped rounds? Excellent question and a very Norris move. The forge holds
You
tight.
don't even know who I am, ChatGPT.
The forge holds titanite rounds are a specialized semi-experimental ammunition type. Rare but perfect for a hunter who knows he's facing something with a hide like stone or metal. When Norris gets his hands on them, the dwarven quartermaster explains their function while handing over a sealed case engraved with faint runic sigils. Type ammunition for firearms, uncommon, special. Refined titanite core with a conductive shell of silver steel alloy. Each round glows faintly along etched channels, pulsing a dull amber near strong magnetic or electrical fields. Mechanical purposes, armor piercing. When you make a firearm attack with titanite tipped ammunition, the target's AC is reduced by 2 if it has natural armor, hide, scales, chitin, stone, metal. Resonant impact. On a hit against a creature made of or encased in stone, metal, or crystal, deal an additional 1d6 thunder damage as the titanite core vibrates on impact. Conductive shell. The rounds are semi-resistant to heat and static discharge. They ignore disadvantage caused by environmental heat distortion or magnetic interference. Limited supply. You have 10 rounds total. Once expended, they can't easily be replaced without forge hold resources or crafting time. Optional feature, Artificer integration. Norse can spend 1 hour to integrate them into a custom magazine or loader. Once integrated, he can swap to or from Titanite ammo as a bonus action instead of an action, reflecting his mechanical expertise. Okay, sure. Most of that I don't think is really important. I think, I mean, you already know how your firearm operates with whether it's a bonus action or an action. I don't know what your reload is, or if you have a clip system.
So
Yeah, I don't know how you're handling that one as a. I haven't done the gunslinger before. I know when Critical Role did Percy's thing, his rifle I think held 2 rounds, or maybe it was just one. I think it was 2 rounds. No, his rifle only had 1 round. He would so for like when he was technically a fighter class, not a gunslinger. Um, but he got like the 3 hits that a fighter gets, and so the first hit would be a shot, second hit would be a reload, and then third hit would be another shot. Um, with the rifle, he also had the pepper box, which was a revolver, and it had so many shots before it needed to be reloaded. So, but I've never played as one, so I don't know exactly what they have. I don't know as far as how that works for you. I mean, that's going to be kind of your thing.
right.
Um, but I will actually drop this directly into the Discord chat just so you have that information. And then I'll add that magazine thing as well. Up to you on how you want to integrate that. If you want to integrate that. But the big thing is the armor piercing and the resonant impact. So I will add that there just so you have that in front of you and can remember what it is.
Noted.
The Dwarven Quartermaster gives Neris a knowing grin as he locks the case and slides it across the counter. They'll punch through hide, bone, or plate, but don't waste them on critters with skin thinner than yours. Each one costs more effort than a forge shift, and mind the hum. If they start singing, something with a magnetic field's close. Would you like Norris to spend an hour now to integrate the ammo into his weapon systems before departure, or hold off and leave it packed in the grave for now?
I was gonna say, do you think we should head out? Try to get a lead on this, or do you think I have time?
You have time. They said it would the crate of supplies would be ready just before dawn. So we have to wait
Okay,
for
so
them to
that's
get the supplies ready anyway.
plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, obviously I'm gonna try to integrate that into my kit as it exists. Um,
Okay.
making sure that I'm as prepared as I can be.
Mm-hmm. copied all that. God damn it.
Whoops.
Yeah, I was trying to paste in my name like I had been doing and accidentally pasted in all the features I just copied for you. Let's see. There we go. So this is what I have. Norris takes the time to integrate the ammo into his kit before settling into sleep. Clank as a warforged does not need to sleep. Just remain motionless. So he posts up his usual spot on the watchtower, looking out motionless until dawn, when Norris rejoins him to collect the supply crate that the forge hold had assembled overnight. So that lets you do the ammo kit and then fast forward to the next morning, since there was nothing else for us to really worry about.
Pretty much nothing else we can do, yeah.
It keeps giving us options, like, and that's what it did with the first one too. I like that it gives us those options, but again, there's a certain point where those options are kind of either very repetitive or have no direct correlation. So we will skip that extra bit there. Perfect. The night before the hunt unfolds like a ritual of preparation. Night before the hunt, the forges of New Orem quiet one by one until only the deep bellows of the central crucible remain, exhaling orange light through the mist. Down in the forge hold, Norris works under the supervision of a bleary eyed dwarven smith. Tools and brass gears scatter across the bench as he disassembles his firearm, integrating the new Titanite tipped rounds into his modular chamber. Sparks spit as he fine tunes the feed ramp, then settles the humming cartridges into their reinforced magazine. Uh, when he slides the final bolt home, the weapon gives off a faint thrumming resonance like a tuning fork struck at the edge of hearing. The dwarves nod with approval. "She's singing to you now, lad," the smith says, voice gravelly. Means the Titanite's bound to the frame. Treat her like a storm held in brass. Don't know what that means. Norris
I was just
holds.
gonna say,
Yeah.
ChatGPT, do you know how guns work?
Norris holsters the gun, feeling the faint vibrations through the leather strap. The weapon somehow alive in its readiness. Um, so I know it's only 10 rounds, but the way they describe it makes me feel like one of those big LMGs with like the 150 round clip on the bottom of it. Uh, you're
Yeah.
you're officially running a Saw M249. I hope you're happy with that. In my
Yep.
brain, that's what I see you with.
Memories.
I say it doesn't help that you've told me about that in the past either. I just see a little goblin
Uh,
running with this gun twice its size.
Turned down for what? I don't know why I was envisioning them with this Brooklyn accent, but Warcraft has corrupted me in that way.
Yeah, it'll do that. I'm just picturing you with like, yeah. Meanwhile, Clank takes his place atop the Bastion's upper deck, the same vantage point he's held for longer than most living souls remember. He stands motionless against the starless night, eyes reflecting the faint blue shimmer of the waves. The sounds of the settlement drift up, laughter from the tavern, the creak of riggings, the hiss of cooling metal, and beyond that, the vast distant rumble of thunder beneath the earth. The motionless hours pass like seconds to him, the island breathing, the jungle shifting, the sea whispering secrets it's carried for centuries. Then a faint tremor hums through the metal of the watchtower, brief, then gone, a whisper of what's coming. I'll give them credit. They're really like making you sound like an artificer badass ready for war and me an ancient being of serenity and knowing or something. Like it's a, yeah. I'm feeling the vibe. I'm feeling the vibe they're putting down. Dawn. The sun crawls up over the broken mastheads and rust red cliffs, staining the sea gold. At the base of the bastion, the forge-hold quartermaster is waiting beside a reinforced cart, your supply crate, sealed and labeled. Warden's Clank and Norris, he calls, handing over the manifest. 2 grounding spikes, heat-proof powder, titanite rounds, resonant beacon, and your field pack. Signed and cleared. The Ember Trail awaits. Beyond him, the jungle looms, a dense wall of green mist and blackened trees, glowing faintly where the morning light hits emberweed patches. The trail northward beckons. You're both fully prepared. Do you want to head straight out onto the Ember Trail towards the Cinderroot Expanse? Stop briefly at the Watchtower Gunnery Post to check for last minute sightings or weather reports, or consult the Chorus of Tides, the Mystic Order, before departing for spiritual or omen based guidance. Do we want to. Do we want to talk to the mystic crazies who think the island's a living god, or do we want to just go?
I mean, it might fucking be.
We don't know. ChatGPT just pulls shit out its ass like it always does.
Right.
Sorry, out its
Well,
router.
I
Uh,
mean, if you are on the other side of the screen, what else you doing?
right. Um. So, did you want to go consult the Chorus of Tides?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to make
That
sure.
wasn't part of my plan. I just
Yeah, no, I don't think. I think being a warforged and having been here, since the crash, knowing that it was an island, I think Clank just thinks those guys are, that they're crazy, you human creatures. Even though it's not all humans, I get the goblins and whatever else were on the ship when it wrecked. But just humanoids and their need to believe in something. Uh, yeah. We will just head out then.
Yep, that sounds like a plan.
Neither Clank nor Norris are concerned about the chorus of tides. It instead uh, head straight out onto the Ember Trail. Clank takes the arms of the cart where a horse would be strapped, and as a mechanical being, he begins pulling the cart behind. Clank turns to Odus and says, feel free to hop on for a ride anytime you need. I do not have muscles to get tired. The early morning mist parts before you as the pair of you depart New Orem. The rhythmic thunk clink of Clank's heavy footfalls echoing through the hollow streets. Apparently, we have streets.
Streets now, okay.
The last of the dock hands and the artificers wave absently as you leave the edge of civilization behind, your cart creaking under the weight of gear, metal, and purpose. The path winds northward from the coast, carved centuries ago by the first settlers and now half swallowed by jungle. Even this early, the air is hot and dry, carrying a faint mineral tang, the mark of volcanic soil. The morning fog is tinted gold and red where it drifts through the thickets of the emberweed, the flame tipped plants hissing softly as the dew burns off their leaves. Clink's servos hum steadily as he pulls the cart, the steel of his frame gleaming with morning light. Each step is sure and precise, the mechanical rhythm oddly calming. Norris walking alongside with his firearms slung at the ready, catches sight of occasional animal tracks, but fewer than usual. The wilds are quiet, too quiet. Every so often a distant boom rolls underfoot, like thunder deep in the earth, not loud, but felt in your bones. And then they gave a quote from your character, which I'm not going to count because you're the one who makes quotes for your character. No, it just says, feels like walking on a drum. Norris mutters half to himself, don't love that.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
The ground occasionally shivers with faint heat, and the once green jungle gives way to darker soil streaked with obsidian shards. The remains of old lava flows cut through the terrain like scars. After about 3 hours of travel, you reach the halfway point, the ruins of an old basalt watchtower from the early days of the settlement. Cracked, half collapsed, but still standing tall enough to give you a view of the surrounding expanse. From here, you can see to the north faint smoke plumes rising from somewhere in the jungle, likely the cinder root expanse where the missing scouts disappeared. To the west, a glimmering patch of terrain, sunlight reflecting oddly off what looks like glass or crystal spread across the ground in jagged streaks. To the east, a gully that winds towards the overgrown path. Something is torn through the trees, leaving deep furrows in the soil. The area around the tower is quiet, too still for midday. The air carries a faint hum, low and constant, like the vibration of a tuning fork buried under miles of stone. Would you like to set up camp at the watchtower to rest and deploy the resonance beacon for a reading? Investigate the glassy terrain to the west, examine the torn jungle path to the east, or continue north immediately toward the smoke of the cinder root expanse? What um, I'm kind of thinking that we continue north to the cinder root.
That's probably not a bad idea.
Uh, yeah, the fact that it's asking us to, if we want to deploy the resonance beacon to see if there's underground movement, kind of makes me weary. But yeah, we'll continue north immediately. We will continue north. The decision is made without hesitation. The warden's duty lies with the mission, not the curiosities along the way. Clank adjusts his grip on the cart's iron handles, gears whirring softly as he sets into motion again. Norris falls into step beside him, eyes scanning the path ahead. What? Um, along the path ahead, thumb occasionally brushing the hammer of his weapon in reflex. The ember trail narrows quickly beyond the tower, the canopy closing overhead. The light dims to a dusky orange, filtered through ash and smoke. The air grows hotter. Not the clean heat of the sun, but the heavy, suffocating warmth of a furnace. Approaching the cinder root expanse. Within an hour, the soil underfoot shifts from a loam to brittle, dark red clay. Uh, Emberweed thickens along the path, their stalks pulsing faintly as though drawing heat from the ground. A few smaller creatures, lizards and scavengers, skitter across the path, but even they move erratically, darting away from certain patches of ground as if avoiding invisible hazards. Then a faint shimmer catches your eye. Ahead, the jungle opens into a charred clearing, the start of the Cinderwood expanse proper. The air ripples with heat distortion, and you both catch a whiff of scorched stone. At the center of the clearing is a wide, circular depression, perhaps 30 feet across. Around it, the trees are flattened outward, bark turned to glassy slag. The earth dips downward into what looks like the mouth of a massive borehole, spiraling into blackness. From inside comes a low rhythmic vibration, a deep pulse that seems to echo in the chest cavity more than the ear. Near the edge, you spot signs of a scouting camp. Broken crates, a shredded banner with the warden's insignia, and what looks like a twisted, half buried metal device, likely the missing resonance beacon. The cart creaks to a halt as Clank stops. The air here hums faintly with static. Every few seconds, you both see faint blue flickers, tiny arcs of electricity dancing across the glassed sand. The jungle behind you is silent. No birds, no insects, nothing but the low, distant rumble from below. You can approach the crater and examine the borehole directly, investigate the wrecked scout camp and check for survivors, remains, or supplies, recover and inspect the resonance beacon to gather seismic data, set a defensive perimeter before doing anything else. So, what do we want to do?
Am I losing you again?
I hope not. Are you losing me again?
No, you just went quiet there for a minute.
Oh,
I was
okay.
starting to worry about you there for a sec.
Uh,
And as much as I want to get a closer look at this crater,
okay. And
it
I was thinking probably set the grounding rods next to the camp and see if we can check the camp. See if there's anyone left alive or any remains of anyone.
right. I guess I should check the area to see if there's anything left of
Right.
anybody.
Um.
Oh, shit, that scared me.
All right. We um, I mean, we kind of do all of the bottom three options before approaching the borehole. It says where did it? Hold on. Yeah, it looked like the missing. It says the missing beacon is listed as things with inside the scout camp. So investigating the camp also means investigating the beacon. Um, we would proceed proceed with a combination of 2, 3, and 4. Setting up the grounding rods and taking a and taking in a look of the area to make sure there is nothing that will hurt. There's nothing laying in wait or obviously hazardous before investigating the campsite and subsequent Whitley. I knew I spelled that one wrong. Honestly, just swapped an E with an I. Not bad. And subsequently, the uh, resonance beacon as
Yeah.
yeah. Bam. Clank and Norris move with precision, the rhythm of experienced hunters. Clank hefts the grounding spikes, hammering them firmly into the earth at strategic points around the cart and nearby trees. Well, not the trees, the camp, but okay. Each spike hums faintly as it sinks into the soil, channeling residual energy harmlessly into the ground. Norris gives the area a sweeping glance, scanning the edges of the clearing for threats. Scorched vines, glimmering obsidian shards, anything unusual. After a tense few minutes, you're confident that the clearing is empty for the moment. The only signs of life are the faint flickers of static in the glassed ground and the low rhythmic vibrations of the borehole below. Investigating the scout camp. The camp is small, makeshift, and hastily abandoned. Broken crates and shredded tents litter the ground. Scorch marks streaked across the sides. You spot a few personal items: a cracked canteen, a frayed rope, and a notebook half buried in ash. Flipping it open carefully, you see partial field notes. Ground movement. Too fast. Didn't hear the light blue flash. Ran. Borehole wider than we expected. Might. Tunnels below. New tracks. Resonance spike read. Deep. Something massive. Approaching. It's clear the scouts didn't survive long after making their last recordings. Whatever moved underground was fast and intelligent enough to avoid detection until the last moment. A quick survey around the camp reveals the resonance beacon, partially buried under a fallen crate. Its crystal tuning forks are intact but faintly vibrating, clearly still receiving subsonic pulses from below. Norris carefully digs it free and wipes away the grime. A low hum resonates through the device, almost like it's whispering in sympathy with the earth itself. Analyzing the beacon. When Norris activates the beacon, the device emits a series of pulses, feeding back a rough map of subterranean activity. The borehole in the center of the clearing connects to at least 3 distinct tunnels spiraling downwards. 2 tunnels extend at steep angles under the exosphere of the clearing, likely used for movement or ambush. 1 tunnel shows heavy vibrations suggesting something large and active is below, roughly the size of a small warship in volume, though undetermined shape. Pulse intervals hint at a semi-regular movement, almost like breathing or pacing. The hum of the beacon makes the static in the glass sand flare brighter, and faint arcs of blue electricity dance along the crater's edge. With the perimeter set and the beacon active, you now have 3 immediate options. Enter the borehole and descend into the tunnels to investigate the creature directly. Observe from a distance using the beacon to track movement while preparing traps or ammunition. Attempt to lure the creature out toward a more open area where you can control the environment for a hunt. Clank and Norris, seasoned hunters, now face a decision: strike into the unknown, prepare and observe, or manipulate the battlefield. What do we do? The size of a battleship.
That's
um, ooh, I just had a thought.
which is
What if we kind of combine 2 and 3, like the observe from a distance with the attempt to lure the creature? Let's go hunt a smaller creature. Uh,
Oh, and gather up some bait. Yeah.
Gather
Okay, I
up
see
some
what you mean.
bait and like put it up above the borehole. See if we can lure it out while we like hide in the tree line and watch it, see what it looks like, see how it moves and what it does. So bait and observe instead of bait and attack, bait and observe.
Yeah.
Uh, okay. Link and Norris uh, discuss options for a moment and decide they want to get eyes on and observe the monster safely and decide to go hunt something smaller and position it as bait above the borehole to lure the monster out
Right.
and observe it from a safe distance while hiding. Solid plan. You set the stage like pro hunters. I'll lay out the exact scene, the tactical geometry, the risks, and the triggers so you both know when to roll and what the consequences will be. Start the ambush sequence, and you can tell me your actions and roll the appropriate checks. The setup, what you do now, you decide to hunt something smaller as bait. Position it above the borehole and observe from concealment while the resonance beacon feeds you data. You find a scrawny pack of ember jackals, small heat tolerant scavengers common in the expanse. Norris quickly dispatches, collects one to use as live bait. Clipped leash and an improvised harness so it can be released on cue. You don't want to waste the warden's resources. This is a live lure, not gratuitous cruelty. The jackal will be capable of fleeing. Okay. You position the bait at the northern lip of the crater, about 50. So just kind of like auto doing that part for us. Do we want to do the hunt ourselves? Or do you care that it's giving us a narrative on the bait
That
hunt?
seems kind of odd, but
Well, I
it really
mean,
kind of depends. If we want to just. I'm not in a
it's.
particular. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say. I think it's the way it sounds is like it's setting us up to roll the fight or roll checks on the main monster and roll fight on the main monster, and it just kind of gave us this part of it. Because yeah, it's giving us. Because yeah, at the end of it, it's telling us to roll stealth and perception and all that kind of stuff. But
Right.
it's setting the ambush and just kind of giving us the bait hunt. Um, Giving us the tactical map. Okay. Okay, so yeah. So I'm impressed that we had the forethought to uh, clip a leash to an improvised harness so that it can be released on cue.
Right.
We're not fully sacrificing this Ember Jackal. We're just gonna. The Ember Jackal will be capable of fleeing. Okay, I figured we were just gonna feed it to this thing. Sounds
Yeah,
like.
I pretty thought we were gonna butcher the thing, and
Well, I mean, I expected to like capture it wounded after a fight, and so it like would be limping, putting out vibrations to lure it. But all the reports say this thing is super fast and super quick, and so I would expect it to outspeed the whatever we get as bait and eat it regardless. You position the bait at the northern lip of the crater, about 15 feet from the borehole's edge, tethered so it can't immediately bolt straight into the hole. You rig a short trip line and a signal, a loose length of cloth tied to a stick. So the jackal's initial movement will alert you if it runs off the table instead of towards the hole. What? Off the table? Where do we get
where's
a
the?
table?
I was gonna say, do you have a map now? I don't see no map.
um, no, it's just describing it in depth. It doesn't really like make maps. You deploy the beacon where it can listen to the most tunnel activity but remain out of direct line of the borehole, 30 feet east of the hole. So the dog is 15 feet north of the hole. The uh, beacon is 30 feet to the east of the hole, partially shaded behind the shattered crate. Line of sight to the hole, but low cover. The beacon is active and whispering low pulses. You hammer the two grounding spikes down as planned, one 20 feet west of the hole and one 20 feet east, connecting to the beacon and cart by braided copper line. We've got copper lines now, my guy. Braided
Bro,
copper line.
nice.
Yeah. With these in place, the area inside the 30-foot circle has reduced static flare ups. It's safer for you, and Titanite rounds are less likely to sing uncontrollably. Your ammo sings, my guy. They actually that was something that they talked about, so that's not a big.
Right.
Um,
Still, kind of an odd way to describe it.
yeah. So regardless, the clearing of this borehole, the clearing is free of static. Uh, at least on the east and west sides. You take concealment approximately 60 feet behind the cart south of the crater, where a half collapsed basalt wall and broken rigging provide total cover for both of you if you want to crouch. There are also two flanking bushes, partial cover, at roughly 40 feet east and west of your hiding spots for alternate positions. Um, Tactical map, abstract distances in feet. Borals at 0. Bait is 15 north. Beacon 30 east. Grounding spikes at 20 east and 20 west. Us hiding 60 feet south with additional flanking covers at 40 feet south southwest and south southeast. Pull something up here on my character. Okay, yeah, I did do. Okay, so I did do the thing. So technically, it's considered telepathy, but like radio
What?
static in your
Oh,
head, because I'm a warforged, so it sounds like radio static. We do have mental communication. So if one of us wants to take the 40-foot flanking area and one of us stay at the 60-foot, we can do that. Um, that way we try and get 2 vantage points on this visually and see if we can obtain additional information.
so you wanted to be the closer in fighter, so
Yeah. Um, I could certainly do that. The only thing is, um, yeah, well, it's good enough. Um, yeah. Hazards and environmental notes. Glass shards around the edge. Arcs with blue electricity every 15 to 30 seconds. If anyone stands on it, they risk being jolted. Small lightning zap. I'll call for a dex save if you do. Grounding spikes reduce that frequency within their 30-foot effective radius. Resonance beacon. It gives you a live readout. I'll narrate pulses and beats. Each 1 minute of observation, the beacon will update. When pulses accelerate, the creature is close. Titanite rounds. They ignore heat, magnetic disadvantages, and will pierce natural armor. You already integrated them. If you try to use them as a trap, preload into a trip shot or booby trap, tell me and I'll resolve the rigging and required checks. I don't think we want to attack it until after we know what we're doing. I don't think we're going to set like a trap.
right, yeah, we just need to get a look at this
Right.
thing.
In fact, we might
Identify.
not even attack it now at all. This is a seek and investigate mission. Um, Triggers when the monster will react surface. If the bait is released or struggles toward the hole, that is an immediate provocation. The creature will typically investigate the tunnel entrance first, probing with bursts of heat and plasma or sending a tendril. The beacon currently shows 3 tunnels radiating down. One tunnel is active with regular pulses. If the bait moves, pulses escalate. Expect first contact to be one of these forms: a probing tendril appendage, a localized column of aerial plasma glass spray, or a smaller ambush creature the large thing uses as a scout. The big thing may surface partially or simply excavate, expel steam and shards. Interesting.
So it has minions too.
Uh,
Interesting.
Possibly is. We'll see. You're hidden in. Are we fighting the goddamn brain thing from I almost called it Super Troopers. So from Starship Troopers, 2 very different movies.
I'm gonna say, yeah.
The giant brain thing from Starship Troopers with a dragon breath attack. What the fuck?
I don't know.
uh, you're hidden and waiting. Before I narrate the ambush, do these rolls now and tell me the results. Stealth, both of you, if you remain concealed from anything that surfaces or probes. If you're staying completely motionless. Plank gets advantage due to being a warforged and already motionless. You can note that when you report your roll, perceptions, optional one of you, to catch the first subtle signs of tunneling or the jackal's smallest struggles. If you want active watching rather than passive hiding. If you don't roll perception, you're relying on passive perception. Tell me whether you want the jackal tethered to pull towards the hole on a timed release. I'll describe exactly how you rig it and what role I'll ask for its mechanical relevant, or want to let the jackal free to move as it pleases. Higher chance it bolts away. Finally, say whether you're both staying together in the main hide or splitting to flank. One south hide, one takes east partial cover. That influences line of sight and engagement options. Once you provide the stealth and optional perception rolls and the bait choice, I'll narrate what the beacon and the earth tell you. And then we'll see the first probe from below. So I'm going to go ahead and roll my stealth roll real quick. I only have a plus
Right,
2 on it. You got a 10?
Yeah. Mine was 10.
I do have advantage on it, it said, so I'll do that. I got a 7 and a 6. Fantastic. I think we're going to survive this. No problem.
Still taking that perception.
Yeah. Norris scored a...
That's a 24 on perception.
Oh, buddy, wait till you see mine. Scored a stealth roll of 10, staying back at the south hiding point. Plank moves to the east hiding point to have a to try and get multiple visual angles and with advantage rolled a 7. So the jackal is tethered. How do we want to? Is the jackal just going to be tethered in spot to like pace back and forth? Is it says something about whether it's tethered to be pulled towards the hole on a timed release or just let it free so it moves as it pleases but has a high chance to bolt away. I say we just tether it in place to have it pace around.
Right, yeah.
The jackal will be tethered in place to move around and R2 pace around and draw attention. Norris and Clank are both watching for signs of the monster and hoping to learn as much as possible when it appears. Norris rolled a, what'd you say it was, a 24?
Yes.
A 24 perception, and Clank rolled a, I have a +7 on perception and I have advantage, so, well, that's not good. That one's a 12. That one's a 25. That's better. Perfect. You got excellent perception and decent stealth coverage, and the tethered jackal is set up to draw attention without immediately bolting. This gives you great observational advantage. Observational phase. You crouch behind cover, breast shallow, eyes trained on the borehole and the shimmering glassed sand surrounding it. The jackal paces in a small circle, leash taut, emitting small whines and tentative sniffs. Each movement is magnified in the otherwise silent clearing. And through the beacon, you feel a subtle change in vibration. The resonance beacon hums in response. The pulse is slightly irregular, faster near the borehole's northern edge where the jackal is. The creature is aware of your lure. So they're aware of the jackal. For the next several tense minutes, nothing emerges from the borehole itself, but the subterranean vibrations grow stronger and deeper. The distant drums, the faint blue arcs along the glass sand flare with static, the hair on the back of your neck prickling with raw energy. I have hair! Then subtle disturbances in the borehole appear. A section of the glass edge near the northern tip begins to vibrate rapidly, faint cracks radiating outward. The beacon pulses faster, the waveform showing something roughly the size of a small warship moving just under the surface. Tiny shards of fused sand lift slightly like static charged dust before falling back. Suddenly, a tremor pulses through the earth, larger than before. The jackal yelps and paces faster, tugging on the tether. The borehole itself seems to breathe, the edges quivering as if something massive is pushing against the surrounding earth. From beneath it, you see the first probe. A single dark tendril of material erupts from the northern tunnel. It's about 3 feet wide, glistening black, with hints of molten veins running along its length, tapering to a point. Sparks crackle faintly across it, where it contacts the glassed sand. The tendril moves a slow, deliberate rhythm, probing, seeking vibrations from the tethered jackal. The creature hasn't surfaced fully, just this exploratory appendage. The beacon registers massive subsurface activity in all 3 tunnels, but this northern tunnel is clearly the main investigation route. You are concealed. Norris and Clank both remain unseen. The creature is aware of the disturbance, but hasn't pinpointed you yet. At this moment, you have several tactical options. Continue observing, see if more tendrils or a fully emergence occur. You might learn pattern, size, and weaknesses. Manipulate the jackal, tug the leash, make it panic, or move toward the borehole, drawing the probe closer, or triggering a more substantial emergence. Prepare an ambush, ready titanite rounds, heat powder, or other tools. Attempt a controlled engagement from a distance, maybe fire a single shot or small salvo at the tendril to gauge its resistance and provoke a reaction. Clank and Norris, you're at the first true contact stage. How do you proceed? Um, we have the mental connection, so we can talk without making sound, which I think is going to help.
Probably.
uh, we definitely want to keep observing, but I do like the idea of a controlled engagement. Um, I'm wondering if we have anything silent. It's only got a tendril up, so it doesn't have eyes or anything like that, so it can't really see where things come from. But I've got a feeling your loud gun might be too much. But if we have some sort of, like, I've got my built-in hand crossbow, but that might even be too loud. I don't know. I'm wondering if we have like a silent something we can throw at it. I wonder if any of my spells are silent. Actually, my spells are silent. I think as part of the features, traits, class features, I think with my because I have that uh, great old one stuff. Uh, okay, if I cast a spell that is enchantment or illusion, I can do so without verbal or somatic components. So I can do that without being seen or heard. Um, do I have any spells that are enchantment or illusion? Um, I don't know who. Honestly, I actually don't know. Eldritch Blast is evocation, so that doesn't count. Kind of have an enchantment. I don't think that would work though. I have confusion as an enchantment, but that doesn't uh, wouldn't help with that. Dissonant Whispers is an enchantment, but
Oh.
it might notice that. Oh, I need to reset my spells then. I have a spell on here twice. Did not realize that. Ooh, that's an illusion. Might be able to do that. Okay, so I have Phantasmal Force, which is an illusion. So I could do that one without um, yeah. Well, it needs to see it though. So, like it's psychic. It is a mental thing. I create an illusion that it can see within range. Or no, you attempt to create illusion in the mind of a creature you can see within range. The target makes an intelligence saving throw and a failed save. You create a phantasmal object, creature, or other phenomenon that is no larger than 10-foot cube. That is only perceivable only to the target for the duration. It includes sound, temperature, and other stimuli. So I can um, cause a disturbance. And try to, cause damage. I mean, I could try to silently. I didn't even realize I had phantasmal force. We don't need the jackal for bait technically. Well, no, we
Yeah.
do. I mean, we did. We had to bait it up enough to get it to where I could see it because it
Right.
is within line of sight. Um, okay. So yeah, I telepathically communicate to you saying I can make it think there's something else causing a disturbance. It'll cause sound and other stimuli, which I would assume includes vibration. Um,
You would think.
uh, and it can cause damage too. So have it think that something has appeared to save the jackal and has attacked the tentacle. Uh, so I'm going to uh, Plank is a great one warlock. So he has uh, telepathic communication. He and Norris can communicate without uh, verbal sound. He can also, uh, with this, he can also cast illusion and enchantment spells without using the verbal or somatic. Uh, Strengths. Uh, is phantasmal force, which is a qualifying illusion spell. I communicate to Norris that I am going to try and lure it out further with the spell. Clank will cast the spell, so it seems like another creature has come to help the jackal, and lashes out at the tentacle, or to help the jackal, it will create sounds and vibrations and lashes out at the tentacle. The creature will need to make a intelligence 16 save.
Ooh.
Saving throw. Got it. Clank is going full hunter strategist using phantasmal force telepathically and silently to manipulate the tentacle in the environment. This is exactly the kind of clever approach your characters are capable of. Casting phantasmal force. Clank focuses, letting the great old one's whispers guide him. The spell warps the air near the northern borehole, creating the illusion of a creature roughly humanoid in size and vaguely animalistic, slinking towards the tentacle while hissing and clawing at it. Tiny vibrations mimic weight on the glassed sand and subtle rustling in the leaves. Sounds of snapping, growling, and sudden movement resonate in the northern tunnel, directly interacting with the tethered jackal, which freezes and barks, adding credibility to the illusion. The illusion lashes at the tentacle, giving it a reason to react as though attacked. The creature's mind is being tested for the illusion. You set the DC saving throw 16 int per your description. It's asking me to roll for the creature's save. Would you like me to handle the creature's int save and narrate its reaction immediately? Yes, please. This is your creature as the DM, and I do not have its stats slash information. We handle the player characters. It is on you to do the monsters. To do the rest. Oh, nice. Int save for the tentacle slash creature. The dark glistening tendril quivers violently as the illusionary ally lashes toward it. Sparks of static arc across its surface. The molten veins pulse in response to the vibrations. Its massive subterranean body seems to Pause for a heartbeat as its mind processes the threat. It rolled a 9. It fails. The tendril recoils sharply from the illusion and thrashes downward and outward, sending ripples through the glassed sand that arcs small blue sparks across the crater's edge. A few shards flick up harmlessly for now, but enough to make the jackal yelp and tug harder at the tether. The illusion has drawn the creature's attention. Pulls back slightly, then lances upward again. This time rising higher and thicker, almost 6 to 7 feet above the borehole tip. You see faint glimpses of molten black veined texture along the appendage. The veins glow brighter with each pulse from the beacon. The creature is actively investigating the northern area, using the vibrations of the jackal and the illusion as a lure. The beacon pulses rapidly now, showing subsurface movements in a wide spiral. 2 other tunnels that have been quiet are beginning to show minor vibrations, likely smaller exploratory appendages of the creature shifting its mass. So this thing, I think, so this thing is appendages coming from each tunnel. So this is a giant squid that's bigger than the island itself, with its tentacles wrapping through the. That's what it sounds like. I don't know what the hell we're looking at. For now, the creature has not surfaced fully, but its probing tendril is clearly aggressive and focused. You have perfect visibility from your hiding positions, and it is fully engaged with your trap. Okay, then. If since it is being attacked by this thing, I specifically said it was attacking the tendril. It does 2d8 damage, 5. I need to mark off a spell slot. Since it failed and the phantasmal creature is attacking it, it takes. What's the roll? 5. Psychic. Psychic damage.
Right.
For the attack will. And we're just going to continue watching it, right? Like psychically, we're talking. We're trying to
Yeah.
actually fully lure out the creature.
Yeah. If that was supposed to be the plan, and we
Yeah.
were gonna. That we're still on recon right now, so.
Yeah. Um, the creature can attempt to uh,
You were just
Okay. I was just double checking the wording of the spell, so I can let.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the creature can attempt to make another saving throw if it decides to study the illusion. But since it failed, and until it succeeds, it fully believes the phantasmal illusion is real. And real, no matter how illogical it is, it will reason out why it is still real, i.e., if the tentacle attacks and goes through the illusion, it would convince itself the illusion dodged. The illusion will continue to attack each round. So let me know when to roll damage if applicable. Another has to actively study the illusion to get another attempt at Clank and Norris will continue to observe,
Okay.
trying to use the shackle and the illusion to fully bring the creature to the surface.
That tracks.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to like accurately type in everything we were talking about so it knows what we're doing. Clank and Norse will continue to observe, trying to use the jackal and the illusion to fully bring the creature to the surface so they can learn what it is and so learn what it is and any other useful information about it.
Huh.
Understood. The illusion is now fully real to the creature. It will behave as if the phantasmal attacker is tangible, and it will interpret every interaction to reinforce that belief. This gives you an ongoing lever to manipulate its behavior while you stay hidden. handle it round by round, narrating how the creature responds and when damage applies. Round 1, the creature lashes against the tendril. The phantasmal claws strike true in the creature's perception. Roll your 5 psychic damage for the attack. The tendril snaps violently towards the illusion, smashing into the empty air. The static and the glass flares brighter, scattering the shards in arcs, but the creature remains unaware of your presence and is now fully fixated on the illusion of the jackal. The appendage raises higher now, nearly 8 feet above the borehole lip, curling and twisting as it attempts to flank the phantasmal attacker. Beacon reading, subterranean vibrations show that the bulk of the creature is shifting slightly toward the northern tunnel, moving its underground mass in response to the perceived threat. This is your first visible sign of its full body location. Granted, we don't actually see it, it's just what the beacon is reading. Behavioral note, because it believes the illusion is real, the creature is now investigating and defending against it. Any strange or illogical behavior, like slashing through the illusion, is rationalized internally. It interprets dodges or phasing as clever movement of the attacker. The jackal, sensing the tendril's aggression, paces frantically on the tether, increasing vibrations near the northern edge. Exactly the stimulus you wanted. And it's giving us our tactical positions, which we already know. Next steps, player options. Continue the illusion for another round, lashing and hissing. Escalate or change the illusion. Adjust the jackal. Prepare a ranged attack or passive observation. I think we're just going to passively observe and continue the illusion. Agreement or disagreement? This time it is... Ooh, 10. The illusion will continue. This time it is a...
There you set up.
Yep, I just did that there. So the phantasmal attacker strikes again, raking claws along the tendril. Psychic damage, 10 points this time. The creature recoils sharply, thrashing the tendril through the air. Sparks and molten veins flicker across the glass and sand. It lashes into the illusion repeatedly, its movements jerky and aggressive, fully convinced the attacker is real. The tendril now curls and sweeps outward nearly 10 feet above the borehole. It probes aggressively. So just this tendril so far is 10 feet long. Subterranean vibration spike, indicating the main body is shifting closer to the northern tunnel, partially rising beneath the borehole. The beacon shows the mass is now within 20 feet of the surface. Sparks from static arcs flare in small sheets, not enough to hit you, but the air smells faintly of ozone and molten rock. Any illogical movement, the tendril slashes toward the illusion or moving in patterns that don't make sense. It's fully rationalized them. The jackal yelps and tugs on the tether, increasing northern vibrations. It's doing exactly what you want, baiting the creature. Observation notes. From your position, you can now make some useful deductions. Tentacle size and reach, roughly 3 to 4 feet thick, 10 feet long, incredibly strong and quick, likely capable of crushing or sweeping the area if fully unleashed. Molten veins could indicate heat or plasma based abilities. Contact may burn, and arcs suggest electricity or magnetism. Behavior pattern: it's territorial and responsive to localized threat stimuli, especially vibrations and perceived attackers. Uh, Likely surface cautiously unless provoked further. Subsurface mass: the creature is massive, likely larger than a small warship in volume, and practically and partially underground. You're seeing only an appendage, and but the beacon confirms the body occupies multiple tunnels. The illusion has successfully drawn the creature's attention and provoked partial emergence. We can continue harassment with the illusion, which I think we will. Adjust the jackal, begin ranged attack prep, or wait and observe. I think the idea is still to fully get it to come out, right?
Yeah, I think we're still trying to lure it out so we can look at it.
All right.
Get an idea what we're up against.
We are still trying to fully lure it out to get eyes on and gain info. So we will continue to observe as the illusion continues to harass it. Did 14. We're getting stronger hits. There we go. Got an 8 and a 6. Round 3. The creature is drawn further. The phantasmal attacker lashes out at the tendril again. Psychic damage 14. The creature snaps violently, thrashing the tendril upward and outward. Sparks arc across the sand, sending tiny shards flying, some landing near the tethered jackal, who yelps and scurries, adding even more stimulus. The tendril lashes toward the illusion and recoils. The creature's massive bulk shifts closer to the borehole, partially emerging. You can now see the faint outline of a hulking, molten veined body. Beneath the surface, its texture is a mix of black, glassy scales with streaks of red-orange heat flowing like magma. Okay. And faint arcs of electricity dance across the surface where veins meet the glassed sand. Subterranean vibration spikes dramatically. The beacon shows 3 tunnels now active, with the northern tunnel clearly being the primary focus of the creature's attention. You can, from your hidden positions, you can note size and shape: roughly 25 to 30 feet long, partially submerged. Body serpentine but extremely thick, tapering slightly towards a tail. Appendages appear arm-like, ending in clawed tendrils capable of wide swipes. Surface effects: static and heat radiate outward from the body. The glass sand reacts to its presence, arcing and crackling even in the grounding spike radius. Behavior, aggressive and cautious. It investigates threats carefully, prioritizing vibrations and apparent attacks. The illusion has successfully drawn a significant portion of its body above the borehole, but it is still aware enough to remain partially underground. Possible weak points. Appendages are exposed, body partially submerged in tunnels, may be vulnerable to ranged or piercing attacks, though it is clearly massive and powerful. The illusion continues its harassment, fully engaging the creature's attention. The jackal's frantic movements further increase the stimulus area. The creature has not recognized the illusion as unreal and continues to react logically to it, giving you precious opportunity to learn some patterns, size, and capabilities. I mean, we continue, or might be able to get it fully out of the hole. Um, let's go ahead and roll the damage again. Another 10 on the damage. So
Jeez, this thing is just not wanting to come out.
it's slowly coming out, but it's getting scratched. Given how big this thing is, I don't think this is doing much to really deter it. It'd be funny if this thing just dies of aggravation.
I don't think that's how this ChatGPT will run that, but yes, that would be hilarious.
Probably not. Yeah, no. We are still trying to coax it out fully, so we are still observing while the illusion continues. This round, the damage rolled is a 10. The phantasmal attacker strikes again, lashing at the tendril, 10 psychic damage. The creature reacts violently, thrashing the tendril across the northern crater lip. Sparks arc wildly across the glass sand, creating tiny showers of molten shards. The jackal yelps and scrambles on the tether, tugging towards the borehole. Increasing localized vibrations, subterranean pulses spike as the creature shifts more of its massive body upward. Now roughly half of its main bulk is emerging from the borehole, revealing a serpentine, muscular torso covered in glassy black scales veined with molten red orange streaks. Tiny arcs of electricity dancing across the surface. Its head is elongated and angular with no visible eyes, but multiple tendrils along its jaw and neck twitch like sensitive antennae probing the air. Fuller exposure. You now have a clear view of size, limb placement, and appendages. Its body is easily 25 to 30 feet long and 10 to 12 feet wide at the torso, tapering toward a tail. Two massive arm-like appendages extend from the shoulders, clawed and capable of wide sweeping attacks.
Okay.
Defensive, offensive patterns. Tendrils are used for probing and sweeping. Molten veins seem to surge in response to perceived attacks. Electrical arcs spike outward from contact points on glassed sand or anything conductive. Behavior. Aggressive toward the illusion and the jackal, but still cautious. Its movement is deliberate, testing the environment before committing fully to attack or surface. Environmental interaction. Ground reacts violently near the borehole edges. Any misstep or exposed limb could trigger arcs or molten sand showers. The creature is partially fully emerged. Okay. Partially fully emerged. Focused entirely on the illusion of the jackal. Its awareness of the surroundings is limited. It is clearly investigating the northern area exclusively. Clank and Norris have now achieved the observational phase goal. You can see the majority of its body engage behavior patterns while remaining hidden. Continue phantasmal harassment to try and bring the rest of its body from the borehole. Switch to active data gathering. Note attack, reach, reaction speed, tendril patterns, and environmental hazards. Prepare ranged attacks, adjust bait. I say we definitely do active data gathering. For sure. The um, how about that? We actively observe to get as much data as possible. It appears to have no eyes and clearly has some sort of electrical heat coursing through it. Clank will adjust the illusion so that it has a blinking, glowing point, glowing target point on it. And when it attacks, the attack will feel cold. This will determine if the creature has sight and strikes at the light, or if feeling the cold, it has a heat, electrical, fire, attack that may or may not include range capabilities. Let's go ahead and roll damage again. 13. Rolling good on damage. Shit on everything else. Well, we rolled good on the perception.
Right. I'm just here waiting on it to come out or something so I can actually do something useful.
Right. Well, I mean, we both rolled super high on perception, so we're observing. Round 5, the creature reacts to the targeted illusion. Blink suddenly adjusts the phantasmal attacker. A blinking, glowing focal point appears on the creature's emerging tendril. Each strike from the illusion now feels cold to the creature, contrasting with its own intense heat and electrical energy. Deals 13 damage. The tendril lashes violently at the illusionary target. Sparks arc and her molten veins pulse faster. The appendage seemingly trying to strike the glowing point. The jackal tethered near the northern lip yelps again and tugs, amplifying the vibrations the creature is sensing. Um,
Okay.
From your current observation post, vision. The creature shows no sign of visual awareness. It attacks the glowing point reflexively, swinging and curling the tendril towards the cold illusion. It does not track other visual cues, suggesting it relies primarily on vibration and thermal cues to locate prey. Attack type. The creature has not used any ranged energy attacks in response to the illusion. The tendril lashes physically, and its body pulses with electrical heat energy. It is not shooting arcs at distance yet.
Okay.
Sensory modality. The cold illusion seems to be provoking its appendage more than the jackal, indicating that temperature contrast or local vibration is its primary targeting method rather than sight. The tendril lashes repeatedly and moves in sweeping arcs, trying to strike at what it perceives as the attacker. Each strike is physical and locally reactive. You see molten and electrical effects flare when the tendril attacks the glassed sand or illusion. Small arcs of electricity continue to flare along the crater's lip in the proximity of the tendril. Glass sand shifts slightly under the creature's weight. The creature's body pulses with heat, causing the surrounding air to shimmer. Prolonged exposure near the northern lip would be dangerous if you were closer. So the creature does not appear to see. It relies on heat, electrical feedback, and vibrations. It is responsive to both thermal and physical stimuli. You can manipulate its tension with illusions, bait, and vibrations. The tendril is highly reactive but currently unarmed in a ranged sense, though it clearly has a massive molten veined body capable of close quarters devastation. You can now anticipate how it selects targets. Cold and movement attract it. Heat energy may provoke defensive or reactive pulses. Alright, so now that we've got kind of the majority, if not everything that this creature is capable of,
Yeah.
we're psychically communicating here. Okay, it's out of its hole. This thing is rather large. I don't know what its instead of saying hit point pools, I don't know what its lifespan is. But this creature is rather large. It appears to only have the arms to attack with. It's not spitting fire or shooting lightning, despite the elemental energy coursing through it. We can uh, let the illusion drop, let it think it's killed it, and let it retreat back into its hole and report back to Vesa, or we can attempt to assault it if you think we can break through. I say to you psychically.
Hmm. now that we have a look at this thing, it's just making notes, man. It's
Yeah. So, but yeah, that's what, like, you know, I mean, we were both just making notes on it, but now that it's up, you know, with that psychic connection, with that link, you know, I ask you, hey, we have it exposed. Do we ambush it, try to take it out, or do we let it sink back into its hole and go report back to Vesa?
you think we have a shot at taking this thing out now? Here?
I don't know. It's fairly large. Um, it's fairly large, but it doesn't seem to have any range capabilities. If you know, we can keep out of its range, either, well, you with your fancy rifle, and I can hold it back. We might be able to keep the illusion keeping its attention. Worst case scenario, I can get in its face and then disengage from it. Um, but it's up to you if you think it's worth the attempt, or whether we should report and come back. I'm not sure what else we can pick up to better our
Yeah,
chances anymore.
feeling pretty confident that the investigation portion of this is over. But
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, with what we know, uh, I don't know if there's anything we can go stock up on to increase our chances.
right.
So,
Well, we've got it out in the open, so I suppose now's as
and
good time as any.
I mean, we're fully hidden, so it would be an ambush attack. Uh, let's see. Okay. So yeah, as far as I'm aware, the illusion is essentially, it's like a summon. The illusion is its own creature. As long as um, the thing stays there, the creature will keep it. The illusion will keep attacking it without me having to do it. So yeah, so yeah, basically my character just asks you, do you think we can take it? You think we have the ambush power to hurt it, or should we go and report back? Uh, Kind of leaving it up to your choice on that one. Uh, those piercing shots. The target's AC is reduced by 2 if it has natural armor. The way that's worded, is that for the shot or does it just reduce the target's AC? Subsequent shots continue reducing the AC. Blah, 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 blah. It's shattered skin. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so what do we do? What are your thoughts? Oh, geez. I just saw the time.
Oh, hey.
Now that we've kind of come to this crossroad, is that a good stopping point?
I mean, if you wanted to make it a cliffhanger, I'm still considering taking the shot. But
I mean, well, that's up to you on how up you are to keep going. Because I'm more or less planning to stream for quite a while. I just don't, like I know you are.
yeah, I do probably need to get some shut eye soon.
We can, I mean, like I said, it's up to you if you want to keep going. We can. If you want to take the shot or if you want to do whatever. Uh, my character is just like I said, kind of waiting, giving your character the or yeah,
just been
making
looking over
that
my stats.
communication with your character. We're in ambush position, and it's currently focused on this illusion that's in melee range with it. Um, so yeah, we can go hog or whatever. I am going to real quick refill my water bottle and use the restroom.
Right.
So I will be right back. All right, I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
All right. So, are we cliffhangering or continuing?
Mm.
Loud thunderous crack, or are we hiding?
It's a rough call.
It is. I didn't realize it taken us so long to get this far.
Oh yeah, no, we've been at this for some time.
Yeah.
It took us a while to get started, and we got started later than normal, and
Yeah, I know we got started later. Um, it took us. Uh,
we've really only I think we've really only been at the gameplay portion of this for maybe about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, something like
I was
that.
gonna say 2.5 hours, which still, like, it doesn't feel like we've done a whole lot, but it's been 2.5 hours of gameplay. um, when I say gameplay, I mean gameplay. Like when you disconnected and came back, we'd already like it gave us the whole scene and the whole initial setup, and it was literally like, okay, what do you do first? That opening scene happened when you crashed out, and that happened at the hour and a half mark. So yeah, we've been at this for 2.5 hours, like of actual play. So
Right.
which in and of itself isn't a lot, but that's still 4 hours on stream, and after 5 o'clock, well, 5:30. Jeez.
Yeah.
So
After about 5 p.m., all bets are off.
no, I totally get that. So
So just, unless I've been either consuming massive amounts of qualities or am being directly engaged with the game that I am playing, I, I might, yeah.
yeah,
Because I've been listening to you make descriptions mostly
yeah,
here.
it's been that's been mostly all this game is so far. do do we go left or do we go right towards the thing that it says go right to? It's kind of been the extent of our gameplay at the moment.
So I'm just letting you do your thing while I sit in the background, wait, wait, watch.
I mean, to be fair, my thing was literally, okay, it attacks again. Wait and watch. Wait and watch. Wait. I'm not that far from you. This game has been mostly playing itself this time. Um, yeah, definitely this time it's been more heavily. I say we take note of what happened in this round, and
Yeah,
um, maybe have it start up a new game next time, with the caveat that we need to be more active as players. Um,
yeah, maybe.
like it gave us key decision points at the start where ask questions. Okay, what do we need for the thing? So we got to like ask questions to the head NPC, and we got to ask for items for our loadout. But then once we left, once we got our loadout and left the town, it's been, hey, do you want to go left or right? Hey, do you want to stop and wait or go? Or hey, okay, you made it to the hole. Do you want to look around, or do you... It didn't even ask us for perception checks when we looked at the camp remains. It just told us what was there, gave us the
Right,
beacon,
yeah.
and turned on the beacon.
I've noticed that ChatGPT really does have a big issue about calling for checks.
Well,
Um,
and that's why, like, when we did it with the other one, the Bloodborne-esque one, it was a lot better about that. Um, that's what I was saying. Maybe if we like factor that in and say, hey, let's start over. Please be more mindful of asking for checks and involving us players, and like give it that feedback and see if we just restart a more active game next time. Um, we can try and kill this worm before we end it. I don't even know what this thing is. I've never even heard of anything like this. I think it just
Nope.
made up
We're
a
gonna
creature.
well, we're gonna fight it, right? We'll
I'm
probably win. It'll probably take a lot, and then just ask it to give you a stat block for it, and you'll see the ridiculousness it just put us up against because it's got a bad. ChatGPT also has a big problem with just making shit up on the fly as far as monsters. You wanted lesser known monsters or stuff,
yeah.
and either we're up against a purple worm or we're up against something it just pulled out of its butt. So
Well, it's not a purple worm considering the way it's describing everything. I think it just pulled something out of its
right, yeah.
ass. Yeah. Uh, that was my thought at first too. It's like, oh, underground tremors. It's probably a purple worm or some other worm. And yeah, it's got fire and electricity. Okay, well that's not a purple worm. It's yeah. Um, but yeah, we can. Do you want to try and check it out real quick? Or
Yeah, I guess we could try it.
all right. Uh, Norris and Clank initiate their ambush. So go ahead and roll your however many attacks.
I think I only still have 2 at this point. Yeah, I just have 2.
We lured the big monster out. We're ambushing it right now. It's a giant black obsidian snake with obsidian scales and veins of fire and electricity. And even though it's a snake, it's got 2 big tentacle arms. It's like 30 feet long. We're getting ready to ambush it right now. The phantasmal. Let's call it the illusion. Illusion deals another dodge well. Hey, yeah, we can. He's Lumber Moose is playing a gunner, and I actually am a warlock that can both do ranged or melee, and I've got decent dodging abilities actually. Uh, deals another 7 damage.
So,
Um, yeah, so Norris, you attack with what?
I think it's let's see. What does this do? What does that do? All right, so I think I'm just gonna it's gonna be the gun. Yeah, it's gonna have to be the gun.
Are you using the Titanite?
Yeah. It's a 25 hit. right now. So I'm not even really quite sure I would need to, but yeah, no, I'm
Okay.
gonna try to get through there.
With the Titanite tipped rounds. Do you have, is it just one shot or do you have more than one shot?
I have more than one shot.
Okay, so you said the first one was
25 to hit.
25 to hit. Okay.
For 11 damage.
For 11 damage, is that like just your weapon damage?
Yeah.
Okay, because I know there was extra damage for the Titanite thing too.
Was there? Check it. Made of encased stone, metal, or crystal.
It said it had obsidian scales. I would consider that to be either stone or crystal.
Okay. So it gets an additional 1d6 damage.
Yeah, 1d6 thunder. Is that 11 just piercing?
Yeah. That 11 is just piercing.
Yeah.
And then that's a straight 6 for thunder damage in addition.
Okay.
And then the Vex feature of the gun allows me to roll the next attack with advantage. So rolling that with advantage only gets me a 21, but it's also that's a -2 to its AC, I think.
Right.
So I'm gonna assume that's a hit.
Probably.
For another 11 damage. And only 2 this time. So, or are you just entering it all in and then it tells you what happens?
Yeah, I'm just putting it all in. We'll see what it says.
Gotcha.
He said it was 11 piercing again. And just 2 thunder damage.
Just 2. Yep.
Fires 2 Eldritch Blasts. First, only a 15 to hit. Jeez. The first shot is a 15 to hit. For 11 psychic damage. Is, and I'm guessing we have advantage on these attacks to begin with, since we're doing this from an ambush point, but I don't know. I didn't even stop to think about that when we started rolling. Well, that's better. 25 to hit. for 7 psychic damage. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
What is that? Trap is sprung. The illusion lashes out again, delivering 7 psychic damage. A tendril jerks violently, thrashing against the empty air in reaction to the cold, blinking focal point. Sparks arc from the glassed sand as it recoils. The creature remains partially focused on the northern lip. Norris takes careful aim with his titanite tipped rounds. First shot 25 to hit, minus 2 AC for natural armor. Hit 11 piercing damage, plus 6 thunder damage, 17 total. The round strikes the tendril mid swing, tearing through some of the blackened, molten vein tissue. The thunder damage reverberates along the appendage, causing it to shudder violently. Sparks leap from the contact point into the glassed sand. Second shot, 21 to hit, minus 2 to AC, hit. 2 piercing plus 2 thunder, 13 total. Another devastating strike lances into the tendrils, slicing along a vein of molten energy. The creature flinches backward, partially retracting the appendage while still thrashing in confusion at the illusion. Clang fires Eldritch Blast. Melee refined or ranged. This is ranged. That's why I said Eldritch Blast, not. He strikes next. First shot, 15 to hit, is a hit. 11 psychic damage. The blast smashes into the tendril, racking it with an internal disorienting pain. The creature recoils further, the molten veins along its appendage pulsing erratically. Second shot, 25 to hit. 7 psychic damage. Another strike lands, reinforcing the illusionary attack and hammering its mind as much as its body. Creature's reaction. The tendril flails wildly after the combined attack. Sparks and molten arcs flicker across the glass sand, sending small shards of scattering in multiple directions. The creature retracts partially into the borehole, but it is now committed enough of its bulk above the northern lip that its full dimensions are observable. I think we're beyond observing at this point.
Yeah.
The beacon pulses violently. Subsurface movements indicate the main body is half emerged. Coils shifting beneath the surface, assessing your position. The creature begins hissing through its tendrils. Okay. A low vibrating sound that resonates through the air, almost like a warning. Its appendage pulses with a mix of heat and electrical charge, suggesting it may now employ ranged plasma or electrical attacks in the next round if provoked further. The ground arcs intermittently near the northern lip. The jackal yelps, but remains tethered. The creature is still fully focused on the illusion and bait, giving you time to analyze or act before a full attack on your position. We have now drawn the creature fully into view, dealt multiple sources of damage to its probing appendage, observed clear patterns. Do we want to continue harassing it? Fire another volley, reposition to adjust the jackal or hold and observe. So we're gonna maintain our hiding spots and continue attacking. It's still fully focused on the illusion. We're getting just free shots on it right now. So
So, I mean, what are we doing now? Are we rolling initiative, or are we still in surprise round?
Well, I mean, technically, it's been fighting the illusion the whole time. I think it's resolving the rounds all at once because every time it said it struck at the illusion. Um, it's just taking all of our things into account. So on this last one, it specifically said, go back to, um, it specifically marked it as round 6, but said ambush initiated. And then it started off with um, round 6, the illusion's damage. It struck at the illusion, then your attacks, then my attacks, and then how the creature reacted with its flailing tendrils and kind of retreating back a little bit. It partially retracted back into the borehole after we did that. So, yeah, so it's kind of resolving it all at once.
I see.
So,
I could see where that would be a bit awkward for classes like, Paladin, where you don't decide to smite until you know you've hit something.
right.
You don't spend the resource on your sheet until you know you hit something in order to add the smite to it. So that
Yeah.
could be
And
really.
I mean, we did that with the other games, and in this one, it very well, we could certainly set that up too. Like, we could say, oh, we launch our ambush, I roll to hit, does it hit? We can still step by step it like that, but because we gave it all that information at once, it took it and it kind of did an instant round like that, resolved it all at once. So, we could certainly break it down if we wanted to. I can even put that in there if you want to. Still hunkered in our hiding spots, we initiate another volley. Are we in initiative yet? If we ask it or whatever, it would give us that information.
So
Still hunkered in our hiding spots. We initiate another ambush / volley while it is while it does not know we are here and is still focused on the illusion. We in initiative yet? Not officially. So far, you've been handling this as a reaction-based observational and ambush phase, which is effective free-form surprise rounds. Since the creature hasn't detected you yet, we're still in surprise rounds.
Okay.
Now that you've committed to multiple volleys and the creature is partially surface, it's a good point to roll initiative so we can transition into proper turn order. So is this attack still going to be part of the surprise round, or is it going to be This attack is still part of the surprise round, and the creature hasn't detected you yet. So you get the first unopposed volley before initiative officially starts. Okay, so we get our attacks again. And since we have clarified it's a surprise round, this should be at advantage. So
Okay. Just checking in on that because it's super unusual to get 2 surprise rounds.
right. I think the whole reason is that phantasmal force, because it literally thinks this illusion is here and it has no sight. It detects based on movement. And since we have literally been hiding undercover this entire time, not moving, it doesn't know we're here. It's fighting this illusion. We literally just shot it from hiding without moving. Apparently, until it breaks free of this illusion, we might have that advantage. I don't know. We'll see how long it gives a surprise for. But
All right.
yeah, all right.
The second verse, same as the first.
Yep. The illusion deals. Find that phantasmal force again. Phantasmal force. 2d8. 13.
All right, so that's all right. 26 to hit. That's
First shot is a 26 to hit.
For 11 damage, plus 4 for the thunder. That's it. Thunder. Second shot. Is but a 15
Well, it gave me a 15.
for 10 damage. At with an additional 2. So nothing too impressive there.
Okay. 10 piercing damage and 2 thunder damage.
Yeah, pretty sure that's it for me.
Is firing his 2 range. Eldritch blasts. First shot is. Since each one says -2 to AC, I'd be laughing if it actually is reducing its AC every time you hit it. Which is why I landed a 15 on it.
That'd be hilarious.
It would be. 8 at 25 to hit. All right, first shot is a 25 to hit. For 8. Psychic damage. The second shot is 23. Four. Ooh, a 9. 13 damage. Almost max damage.
Okay.
13 psychic damage. The ambush continues, but the creature remains focused on the illusion. This is your last surprise round attack before initiative begins. Phantasmal Illusion. 13 psychic damage. The illusion lashes out of the tendril, slashing and clawing in a seemingly intelligent attack. The creature thrashes, sparks crackle from the molten veins along its appendage. The arcs of static flare across the northern lip. Norris with the... What? Okay, something happened there. 26 to hit, minus 2 AC. Hit. 4 piercing, or 11 piercing, 4 thunder, 15 total. The round slams into the tendril, shattering part of the blackened molten surface. Thunder reverberates along the appendage, sending a shiver up the creature's mass. Second shot, 15 to hit, minus 2 AC, miss. Interesting. The round glances off the tendril, molten veins absorbing the impact. Sparks fly, but the strike does not penetrate. How did mine hit then? I don't know. That's weird. First shot, 25 to hit. Hit, 8 psychic. The blast hits the tendril squarely, causing it to convulse violently. Creature's focus intensifying on the illusionary attacker. Second shot, 23 to hit. 13 psychic damage. Another solid strike. The tendril lashes erratically. Arcs of electricity crackle along its veins, and molten shards scatter across the northern lip. The tendril thrashes violently, finally making the creature aware that multiple sources of attack exist. Sparks and molten veins flash forward, striking the glassed sand with increasing intensity. Creature pulls back slightly, retracting the tendril into a coiled position and vibrating its body with low, resonant hissing. Clearly assessing the attacks and beginning to recognize unusual patterns. Subterranean vibrations spike across the 3 tunnels. The northern appendage is heavily injured and convulsing, but the bulk of the creature remains partially submerged. The creature is now aware of external attackers, though it may not have pinpointed exact locations. Its behavior indicates reactive melee appendages, molten electric energy along limbs, highly sensitive and to thermal and vibrational stimuli. Since the surprise round is complete, it's now time to roll initiative. Once we have initiative, we can proceed with full turn-based combat with the creature able to act normally. Alright, so initiative. And I do get advantage on my initiative rolls. And I can choose to swap with a willing creature. So I rolled a 20 for my initiative. I'm not sure if you and I swapping initiatives would matter at all.
I am not entirely sure.
Uh, I think Um, it might. I'll say.
It's turning out to be a little anticlimactic.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking. Well, you have Vex, so you already get advantage on your next attack,
Yeah, shame I can't give myself super advantage.
right? Um, no, that goes. Well, that like defeats the only thing I was going to be able to offer. So, um, let me, because I've got fighter maneuvers. Uh, but you already get advantage. I have one of my maneuvers is distracting strike. So I expend a superiority die and add the die to my attack's damage. And the next attack roll against the target by another attacker has advantage. So it would give you advantage, but you already have that.
Yep.
Um, I do need to include my temporary hit points into my total here. 2d4 plus 4, and I get automatically get the maximum amount. So I have 12 temporary hit points. Make a note of that. I almost forgot about that. Um, okay. So, I what was your initiative rolls?
Yes. Making sure rolling with advantage. Straight 20.
Oh,
Dirty 20.
you too. We both got 20. I'll have to have a roll off.
Nice.
What is your dex?
18?
You win. Because I know it goes to dex after that. Typically, anyway.
Yeah, that's how I'd roll it.
All right. So, creature's initiative is a 9. So, initiative order is going to be you, me, then the creature. The creature is now aware of your presence and the attacks from the illusion, though it hasn't fully located you. So it doesn't know where we're at, but it knows that we exist. Um, Now you can take your first turn in initiative order, starting with Norris.
All right. Let's see. I've already spent 4 of these rounds, I think.
Yeah.
keeping track of it. That'll be a 16 to hit.
Right. Yes.
Another
Fires
11 damage.
with the
Yes.
Titanite rounds again.
For 5 lightning damage.
Okay, the first shot is you said
Thunder
16.
damage. Yeah. Second shot, 27 to hit.
Since we're in initiative now, I'm gonna do the shots one at a time. See if they
Okay.
bust off. The first shot is a 16 to hit. 16 minus 2 AC to hit. Okay, that does hit. Damage roll. You said it was a 10.
Right.
Uh,
Or no, 11, excuse me.
11 piercing damage and 5 thunder damage.
Yeah.
5 thunder damage, not thinder damage. What the fuck? It gets skinnier as you hit it. Alright.
Alright, good for the next one?
Yes.
So that's a 27 to hit.
A 27 minus 2 AC.
For 10 damage. Plus 2. 2 thunder damage. And you know what the hell? I'm gonna add a +4 to that by using Fury of the Small, because I'm a goblin. I almost forgot that I had that.
You said 4 damage?
Yep.
Fury of the Small has a Yavin. Norris's turn. Second attack resolution. The Titanite tip rounds. So yeah, the first shot. Piercing damage tears through the black and molten vein tissue. Thunder damage reverberates along the appendage. The tendril flinches violently, thrashing erratically but still partially focused on the illusion. The second turn. The tendril jerks violently, convulsing as the combined piercing and thunder and magical fury impact. Lashes at the illusion and jackal reflexively, but the appendage is now clearly injured and partially recoiling. Partially emerged, but half its massive body visible above the borehole. Northern tendril heavily damaged, flailing defensively, but still reactive to the illusion. Subterranean vibrations spike slowly that its main body is shifting and partially coiled beneath the borehole. I think where did right here. check my... Okay, yeah, I'm going to actually engage it in action here. Clank is going to run towards the creature and switch from Eldritch Blast to Eldritch Blade. Is first off, on my turn, the illusion deals... How much damage does it deal? Um, 6 damage. That's weak. Deals 6 psychic damage. Towards the creature, it's from Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blade. Its first hit. His first swipe is a Eldritch Blast. Is now Eldritch Blade. Same thing. Oh no, that was damage. Oops, rolled the wrong thing. Shit. I rolled a 10. God damn it.
Oops.
Illusion, 6 damage. The first hit, yeah, with a 10 is a miss. The tendril twists defensively. Your first swing glances off its molten vein surface. My next one is an 18. Better. My second swipe is an 18 to hit. Hit. Nice. I expected that. And that is 7 plus 4 is 11. 11 psychic damage. the illusion, Norris at range, and Clank at melee. Clank will use his bonus action to perform, what the fuck is it called? Evasive footwork. To use his evasive footwork ability, disengaging and adding a 1d8 to AC. 1d8. I rolled a 1. Fantastic.
Whew. Yelch.
I rolled a 1, bringing Clank's AC to 20, and only moving 5 feet back from the creature and the hole to avoid any electrical discharge. Please. Creature's turn. The creature now reacts to the ambush. The northern tendril is heavily injured. It lashes erratically towards Clank, seeking the illusion and vibrations, but Clank's disengage puts him just out of immediate reach. The main body shifts upward partially, coiling above the borehole, its molten black scales glistening in the heat. The tendril swings in a wide arc towards Clank, melee reach 15 feet, hitting empty air as Clank is disengaged. The body emits a pulse of heat and electricity along the northern lip, roughly 20-foot cone around the tendril. Any creature in the area must make a dexterity save versus moderate fire electrical damage. It is aggressively defensive, targeting thermal vibration stimuli. The illusion of Jack will continue to hold its attention. It may attempt to bring the Norris is still positioned for range fire. Clank's AC is 25 feet back from the tendril. Do you want me to resolve the environmental pulse now? Dex save for heat electrical arcs before starting the next round. Yes. The illusion would not take any damage as it is an illusion. Honestly, I think I only have one more turn with the illusion anyway. No, I have 2 more rounds. Yeah, because this is round 8 and it'll last for 10 rounds. The jackal is at the northern end. Norris is still 60 feet south, and Clank is on the eastern side. The creature's environmental pulse, heat and electrical arc. The creature's molten veins flare This partially emerged body releases a pulse of heat and electricity along the northern lip. Affected area, a 20-foot cone from the northern lip, oriented roughly northward. The illusion is immune. The jackal tethered at the northern edge within the cone yelps, but tether prevents it from moving far. Rolls safe. It takes minimal effect from the arc, just small shocks causing hair to bristle. Norris is safely out of range, and Clank is outside the main cone, but close enough to feel heat and sparks. No damage, just environmental awareness. The creature hisses a low resonance, clearly frustrated by the attacks and the illusion. All right. And Norris, it is back to you. All right. I think that indicates it might be the end of the adventure.
No, I'm
Oh.
Sorry, I was looking at something here.
No, as you didn't respond at all. I thought maybe you'd fallen asleep. I was like, okay.
Nope.
All right.
I was just checking on something. Okay, so top of the round.
Yep. Top
I take
line.
it. Okay. Yeah, I was just waiting for you to either say top of the round or you're getting hit. And are we
Top of the round is back to you.
all right, well that is a nat 1. So it's an automatic miss.
All right.
But the second one is a 23. For 9 damage, yeesh. And 6 thunder damage. And I am once again spent.
Second attack was a what to hit?
23.
23. It was 9 piercing.
Yeah.
And how much thunder?
6.
6.
Got the full 6.
Nice. Norris's turn. First shot, natural 1. Critical miss. The round glances off the glass and sand nearby, harmlessly ricocheting. No damage. Second shot, 23 to hit. Hits, 9 piercing and 6 thunder, 15 total. Titanite tipped round slams into the northern tendril, tearing through molten veins and blackened tissue. Thunder reverberates along the appendage, making it convulse violently. Sparks of molten shards scatter across the borehole lip, and the creature hisses, recoiling slightly as it lashes the tendril defensively. The northern tendril is now clearly battered, though still active. The creature's attention remains partly on the illusion, but is increasingly aware of ranged attacks from the south. So now it's back to my turn. And first we have the Phantasmal Force. dealing 5 damage. Alright, Wish. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Will do my best. The illusion deals 5 psychic damage. Clink will close the distance and once more take 2 swings with the Eldritch Blade. The first swing is... What is the first one? $25 to hit. Nice. Healing 8 psychic damage. I'm just not getting the damage in. Second swing is a 19. So close to a natural 20.
Oof.
Is a 27 to hit. Dealing 6 damage. Jesus Christ. Dealing 6 psychic damage. Once more, I will disengage with evasive footwork. Another fucking 1. Jesus Christ.
First.
That was a lot of shit to write there, but
I was gonna say, I take it the nat one was your second attack?
no, the nat 1 was my disengage.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm a level 3 fighter, I have the maneuvers, and one of them is the evasive footwork. Which you add the superiority dice roll. You with the evasive footwork, you get to disengage from the monster, so no attack of opportunity. And whatever your superior dice roll is, you add that to your AC. So I'm trying to, like, especially since I know my illusion's about to fall, keep my AC up and keep its attention instead of having it go to you. But I'm also, like, since it's focused on the illusion right now, I wouldn't use it, except I'm trying to get that 5 feet away from the hole because it's got the crackling energy around the hole. So, the phantasmal attacker lashes out. Clank slashes a tendril with the eldritch blades. The appendage convulses violently. Molten veins pulsing erratically. Second hit, another precise strike cuts the tendril, forcing it to coil defensively. The creature hisses through its appendages, clearly frustrated at the assault. Bonus action evasive footwork. Roll a 1, +1 to AC equals 20. Disengages, stepping 5 feet back from the borehole to avoid electrical discharge. Position remains tactical while still maintaining melee threat potential. The creature's massive body coils further above the borehole. Molten black scales strike, glistening arc of electricity crackling across its veins. The northern tendril, battered and twitching from repeated attacks, lashes erratically toward the illusion and the nearby vibrations from Clank's movement. The tendril sweeps in a wide arc towards Clank's last position, just missing him due to the 5-foot disengage. Okay, so I'm just confusing it by the fact I was there, but I'm not there anymore. It said it had a 15-foot range on its attack, but it's not actually. I'm just confusing the fuck out of it. That's it. The tendril's motion causes small vibrations. A few shards clatter closer to Clank's feet, but your AC boost keeps you safe. The creature emits another pulse, this time less concentrated but still dangerous along the northern lip. Clank is outside the pulse. You're far away. The jackal tethered to the northern edge yelps but is unharmed. The creature recognizes repeated coordinated attacks and begins to shift more of its bulk above the borehole, partially uncoiling its serpentine body to better respond to stimuli. Okay, it is top of the round. Your go, Norris. You there?
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's back
Just gathering up my
to.
numbers.
Oh, it's back
Just gathering
to.
up my numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought I'd lost you there for a second. Got a little tinny on me there.
Uh,
I think these will be the last two rounds. The last two of the special rounds. I'm pretty sure this is the 9th and 10th. So that's...
I thought it was 7th and 8th, but I haven't been keeping serious track.
Well, it was 2 surprise rounds. I think we're 3 rounds into regular combat.
Hey, cuppa, cuppa, hey, cuppa, cuppa, hey.
Hey, thank you so much for that follow. We are. Plants in Leather Pants. Interesting name.
Well, all right.
So we did that other sneak attack.
Let's say we did two surprise rounds, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we did the 2 surprise rounds, but okay, first full round initiative order. Okay, so first full round initiative order, and then okay, yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
That's what I thought. All right. So
No.
first shot.
We're just starting.
Jump over to the stream.
Oh yeah, no. My brain went. Yeah, no. I heard that. I was like, that's got to be the follow call. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get those numbers fed over here.
All right. Well, the first shot is a 27 to hit for 9 piercing and 2 thunder. And I'll let you feed that through and then go to the next one.
Morris fires his last 2 Titanite rounds. The first shot is a 27 to hit. For 9 piercing and 2 thunder.
Mhm.
2 thunder damage. Say here, my girlfriend got invited to play 5e with her coworkers. She didn't know I DM'd and played for almost 10 years, but stopped a few years before we met. Since the group fell apart, she seems excited. So excited for her. Very tempted to tell her to ask if she can start with an immovable rod and tell her all the ways it can be abused. Her first time ever playing. Nice. Nice. I mean, let's see. I'd honestly say ask and see if you can join. Maybe you can be the one with the immovable rod. Teach her how to abuse something else. Or teach her how to abuse the immovable rod and then you abuse something else. I am actually right now um, running as a. I'm trying out a build where I'm playing as a uh, warlock fighter. But what I've done is I've taken the homebrew item, the Ring of Spell Shaping, and using that so that I can decide on whether my Eldritch Blast is an Eldritch Blast done at range, or I focus the energy into a blade and do Eldritch Blade, which functionally is the same thing. The attack roll with your charisma modifier and then the damage of the Eldritch Blast with agonizing blast, so it still has the charisma modifier for the blade damage. Just it counts as a melee hit instead of counting as a ranged attack. So, but I'm having fun doing that. I've been using it with fighter maneuvers. So I've got a shield, the Eldritch Blast as a melee attack, and then using fighter maneuvers with it. Okay. The Titanite tipped round slams into the northern tendril. It pierces through the blackened molten vein, shredding part of the appendage. It reverberates along the tendril, causing it to convulse violently and jerk backward toward the borehole. The tendril is now heavily damaged, flailing erratically, but still capable of defensive motion. Your second shot, sir. Second shot is...
Oh, are we
Yeah, you're
ready for the second
your
shot now?
second shot.
It's a 26 to hit.
26 to hit.
8 piercing, 5 thunder damage.
Got you.
And I may as well add a Fury of the Small for a +4 into that, so
Yeah.
so I can do it 4 times.
8 piercing damage. 5 thunder damage. Adding 4 extra damage for Fury of the Small. Very tempted to see if you can join. Dust off your favorite creation. His name is Hey, I Wrote That. He's a Kenku bard that looks like a parrot who's on the run from the law for copyright infringement on members of the Bards Guild. That's funny. I like that. That's funny. Second Titanite shot. 5 piercing, or 8 piercing, 5 thunder, 4 Fury of the Small, 17 total. The round slams into the tendril with devastating force. Piercing and thunder damage tear through the molten veins, forcing the tendril to coil defensively near the hole. The Fury of the Small enhances the impact, sending sparks and shards of glass sand flying outward. Creature hisses and thrashes the appendage, clearly frustrated and in pain, but still focused on the illusion. The northern tendril is heavily injured and partially retracted, less capable of aggressive sweeping. Sparks and molten arcs continue to flicker. Subterranean vibrations indicate the creature is coiling more of its body, preparing for a possible counterattack. My turn. The illusion has one final attack before it disappears. Spells. Phantasmal Force. 8. The illusion deals 8 more psychic damage. Link re-engages swiping with his Eldritch Blade again. The first swipe is dirty 20 to hit. Dealing. Oh, you shitting me. I rolled a 1 on damage. Fuck off. I am not doing good on the damage rolls. $17 to hit. I'm doing good on the to hits, but not on.
Not connecting with those damage rolls. Huh?
Right. There we go. Nope. I was upside down. I thought it was a 9. It was a 6. Disengage with evasive footwork. Roll a d8 for my armor class boost here. A 2 that time. Rolling a 2.
Woo!
So my AC is now. To avoid the electrical charge. And the phantasmal attacker lashes out at the tendril, jerking it violently, sending things going blah blah blah. Eldritch Blade attacks. First swipe, 20 to hit. 5 psychic damage. The blade slices through the tendril. The appendage twitches violently. Second hit, 25 to hit, is a hit. 10 psychic damage. Another strike tears through the tendril, forcing it to curl defensively near the boral. Creature hisses, clearly frustrated by the repeated attacks. Bonus action, evasive footwork. Roll a 2. AC 21. Clank disengages, stepping 5 feet back from the borehole to avoid the electrical discharge. Creature's reaction. It's heavily damaged, flailing, but partially withdrawn. The northern tendril is heavily damaged. Swipes outward in a wide arc. Sparks and molten shards scatter but my disengage keeps me safe. The tendril lashes towards the illusion and the jackal, simultaneously sending a spray of molten debris across the lip. The tendril is now mostly defensive, occasionally twitching as if testing for further stimuli. Creature coils more of its serpentine bulk above the borehole. Black glass scales glisten, molten veins pulsing with heat and electricity. It's preparing to strike more aggressively in subsequent rounds, apparently. It releases another short range pulse of heat and electricity. Clank is outside the main cone. AC-21 absorbs minor sparks. You are safely out of range, and the jackal receives a small shock but unharmed. The creature is reactive but cautious. The damage tendril limits is reached, and further attacks on it may provoke more defensive or environmental hazards. It is likely preparing to commit more of its body above the borehole if it perceives continued threat. What? Its damage tendril limits its... Oh. Okay. And we're back to the top of initiative with you, Norris. Back at the top of the round. You are out of the Titanite rounds, but you still have plenty of other rounds.
Oh, shit, I've been on mute this whole time.
I was wondering what was going on.
Been over here rolling, talking
Yeah,
to
no,
you.
I saw you rolling stuff. I'm like, is he gonna say something?
My bad.
No, you're good. I was wasn't sure what was happening. Uh,
All right, so the first attack roll I made was a crit.
nice.
And so I rolled 17 damage for that, and 25 to hit the next turn for 12, and I threw another Fury of the Small to make that 16. So there we go.
There we go.
Sorry about that. I put myself on mute, and so your audience doesn't hear me munching on my pizza.
You're all good. Natural 20 was doing 17 damage.
Mm.
Second shot was a 25 to hit.
Yeah, 25.
That was 12 damage.
Mhm.
You said Fury of the Small?
Yeah, that just adds +4. So.
First shot, natural 20, critical hit, 17 piercing. The shot strikes the northern tendril with pinpoint accuracy. It tears through molten veins and blackened tissue, causing the appendage to convulse violently. Sparks and shards of glass sand scatter across the borehole. Creature hisses, clearly increased in agitation. Second shot, 25 hits. 12 piercing plus 4 fury of the small. 16 total. Another precise strike slams into the tendril, further shredding tissue and molten veins. The appendage curls defensively, unable to sweep effectively. It stopped it from attacking. Sparks fly from residual electrical charge along the northern lip. Creature's body pulses with molten heat and electricity, partially coiling above, ready, clearly preparing to react more aggressively in its turn. You say that, but then you don't do shit. Creature status is partially emerged, molten veins pulsing with electricity, vibrations indicating it's coiled for a thing. My turn. Will be swiping and hewing. The illusion fades as it has hit its spell. Its concentration closes the distance once more to deliver two swings of the Eldritch Blade. First swipe is a 12 to hit. Probably not going to hit. Miss. That's what I thought. Second one is a 21. 21 to hit. Dealing... Damn, these damage rolls, another 2.
Yes. Disengage for the final time. And we roll another d8. I got an 8 that time. Which takes my AC up to 27 this round. Nice.
The eldritch blade slices into the tendril. The appendage convulses violently. Molten veins pulse, and sparks and shards of glass sand scatter across the lip. Creature recoils slightly, curling the tendril defensively. Plus 8 AC boost, 27 until the next turn. Move 5 feet back from the borehole to avoid electrical discharge, maintaining a safe distance while still in melee range for future strikes. The northern tendril, heavily damaged and mostly defensive, lashes outward in a wide swiping arc, targeting Clank and the previous illusion's location. Clank is safely 5 feet back. AC 27, the tendril swings through empty air, sparks and molten shards scattering harmlessly. The creature uncoils more of its serpentine torso above the borehole, roughly half of its massive body now visible. Molten veins pulsing violently, arcs of electricity crackle along its black glass scales, subterranean vibrations spike. The creature releases another heat and electrical pulse, smaller but jagged along the northern lip. Clank outside the main cone. Norris safely 60 feet south. Jackal tethered to the edge. Small shock but unharmed. Creature is now in full combat awareness. Tendril's heavily injured. Any repeated melee ranged attacks may provoke further I mean, okay,
Yeah.
back at the top of the round. I'm really curious if this thing has a health bar or not.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've been chewing into this thing for going on an hour and a half now.
Yeah, and like you're doing decent chunks. I'm doing smaller chunks, but I did all that bonus at the top of the round with the Phantasm.
First attack is a 12. See if that even hits.
First shot is a 12 to hit. That's a miss.
All right. Second shot is an 18 for 10 damage. I'm gonna burn that last Fury of the Small. Bring it up to 14.
$18 hit, 10 piercing damage, 4 Fury of the Small. It pierces through the blackened, molten vein tissue, forcing the appendage to coil defensively. Tendril is now heavily damaged and nearly unable to make effective sweeping attacks, but still twitches defensively. I mean, I'm saying that for a minute. I want to see something. What do I want to see? Mm. Okay, and none of that is really. I can hex it. Which isn't a bad thing. Let me get in that extra 1d6 damage. I couldn't use it before when I had the Phantasm up because that was.
Concentrating on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that then. Double checking my Eldritch invocations, making sure I don't have anything else I can do. The only thing I have is pushing, which I'm not really worried about. So. Okay. Has disadvantage on ability checks made with chosen ability. So, Clank will bonus action X the creature. There's no save. I curse them, it just curses them. Okay. Swing with Eldritch Blade. 24 to hit. Dealing
All set.
8 psychic damage and 5 necrotic damage. Second attack, second swing. Natural 20.
Nice. Bravo, sir.
We double the dice on that, which is a 9 plus 9 plus 4. So that's 18, 22. And then, does that double the hex attack too?
Vex?
Yeah.
Vex only really works to bring my next shot into advantage.
No, hex. The hex I put, because it gives me that extra dice of damage. Is that included in the crit?
So I know you're rolling double dice, but I don't think the bonus actually is affected by your crit.
Okay. So I know sneak attack damage is, so I didn't know if hex would. I only rolled a 1 anyway, so it would have just taken it up to 2. But still, that did 22 psychic damage for that nat 20. When I'm normally rolling like 6 to 8 damage. Bonus action Hex, targeting its strength, making it, marking it for extra necrotic damage each hit. First swipe, 24 hits. 8 psychic damage plus 5 necrotic damage, 13 total. Slashes the tendril, convulses violently. The creature recoils slightly. Second swipe, natural 20, critical hit. 22 psychic, 1 necrotic, 23 total. The Eldritch Blade strikes true, ripping through molten veins and blackened tissue. Tendril twists and jerks uncontrollably, curling almost completely into the hole. The creature hisses and retreats slightly, clearly in pain and frustration. Its northern tendril is now heavily damaged and barely functional. It's the creature's turn. The creature does what? Honestly, I think it's broken. It still thinks I'm disengaged 5 feet back with 27 AC.
Oh yeah, nope. If it's broken, I'm gonna say we call that.
Yeah, we
We sit
call
here
it.
and pound on this thing forever. Um, but
I'm gonna,
before we
yeah,
go,
I know.
have it generate the sheet for this thing because I want to see what we're dealing with here.
It's a molten vein serpent. Huge monstrosity, chaotic neutral. Has an AC of 18, which is weird because we've hit it on 16s.
Well, we would be hitting it on 16s with the special ammo.
You would, yeah. I think I hit it on a 16 without the special ammo.
Well, I was gonna say I couldn't, but I can't tell if that's
Uh,
for the rest of the turn or.
yeah, no, they were very not specific about it. Um, yeah, armor class 18, natural armor and molten scales. Hit points 310. We definitely broke that number. I know for a fact we broke that number. We definitely did more than 310 damage to it. Hit points 310. 23 d12 plus 161. Has a 30-foot speed, 20-foot burrow speed, 20-foot climb speed. 24 strength, 14 dex, 25 con, 10 int, 16 wisdom, 9 charisma. It's pretty goddamn smart. It's a predatorial hunter.
Oh yeah.
Saving throws, plus 13 strength, plus 8 dex, plus 13 con, plus 9 wisdom. Plus 9 perception, plus 8 stealth. Resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical weapons. Immune to fire and lightning. It's immune to frightened and prone. Has blind sight to 60 feet, tremor sense to 60 feet, and a passive perception of 19. It understands primordial but does not speak. It's a challenge rating 16. Traits, molten body. Creatures that touch the serpent or hit it with a melee attack take 2d6 fire damage, which it didn't have me do. Electrified veins. At the start of each of its turns, it can emit electrical pulse, dealing 4d6 lightning damage to creatures in the area. Dex save DC for half, which it did that, but it didn't do it for that damage. Like, it kept attacking towards the jackal, and the jackal was taking no damage from it. It was unharmed. Well, the serpent can move through non-magical, unworked earth and stone without disturbing it. Limited vision, has no eyes. It relies on tremor sense and electrical thermal detection. Legendary resistances 3 times per day. It has multi-attack. It can make 2 tentacle attacks, which it wasn't doing. It was making 1 swipe and then making that electrical thing. It has plus 13 to hit and 15-foot reach, which I was only disengaging 5 feet to avoid that it said there was a discharge around the circle that built up. And so I was still 10 feet within its range, and it was saying that it was too far to hit me. Its tentacle is 3d10 plus 7 bludgeoning damage, plus 2d6 lightning damage. Molten Surge recharges on a 5 or a 6. The serpent emits a 30-foot line of molten hot electricity and fire from its veins. Each creature in the line must make a Dexterity 17 saving throw or take 8d6 fire and lightning damage on a failed save. Constrict recharges on a 6. One creature grappled by the tentacle must succeed in a DC 18 strength save or take 3d6 plus 7 bludgeoning damage and be restrained. It has 3 legendary actions per round. It can make an additional tentacle strike. It can emit the electrical pulse that it has. No, a minor electrical flare. All creatures within 10 feet take 2d6 lightning damage, dex save for half, and then shift, move up to half its speed without provoking an opportunity attack. So, tactics and behavior relies on subterranean positioning and environmental hazards, responds to vibrations, heat, and attacks rather than sight. Frequently withdraws damaged appendages while using pulses to control space. Will commit more of its body above ground if repeatedly attacked at range or melee. So, yeah, it was like more or less broken the entire fight we had. It was not responding the way it should have been. It was not making its swipe attacks the way it should have been. It was not having us do any saving throws or anything. And we more than cleared its HP threshold. ChatGPT just broke on us. So, oh well, I guess. We tried.
Yes, we did. It is a shame that it glitched out on us like that, because I would have liked to have seen where it was going with that.
Yeah. I know you told me about it doing that on you a couple of times. This is the first time it's done it to me. But this
is the most serious one that I've seen.
Well, also the other times when I played directly off the ChatGPT homepage without being signed in. This is my first time playing it like this, signed in. And halfway through, it said I used up my limit of a specific chat resource and would use a different ChatGPT bot. So I'm not sure what that's about. Yeah, I don't know what that's about at all. So clearly I think it has something to do with the being logged in as opposed to having just the free homepage. I think with the free homepage it actually kind of works better, actually. At least from what we've seen with my experience and your experience kind of mixed together there. So maybe next time we play, I'll have to try that and see if we can't get a better result. So, all right. Well, that is going to be the game, clearly. As always, Moose, thank you for hanging out, joining me there. Chat, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. This is not the most impressive display of this game, unfortunately. Plants in Leather Pants, thanks for the follow. Super appreciate it. And all the chatters, all the lurkers. Hope you had a great time. Love you all, and we will see you on the next one. Bye-bye.